Hello there, friends and adventurers. It's me, Rob, the D&D wannabe. And you are about to watch the very first one-shot that we've ever had on this channel, Monster Mash. And I have some good and bad news. The good news is, you are about to watch one of the most fun sessions that I have ever run. The cast of players includes voice actors, Twitch streamers, cosplayers, and models, and it is so much fun. Their characters that they bring to life are extremely entertaining. And we're playing a session that flips traditional D&D on its head, where I, as the Dungeon Master, portray the role of the adventuring heroes, and all of my players are the villainous monsters hell-bent on my destruction. Then, the bad news. Since this is the first time that we tried to record a one-shot for you guys, we ran into some technical difficulties. Specifically, I ran into some technical difficulties. My audio, during the back half of the session, starts to cut in and out. It isn't all the time, and it's only the audio, so you will always be able to see what's going on, and you will miss out on nothing that our cast of players ever say or do, which is where the bulk of the fun is coming from. You're really just missing out on some DM stuff. Given that, I really hope that you will continue to enjoy this one-shot in spite of these little problems. That said, the adventure still makes perfect sense without the things that were accidentally omitted, so I hope that it doesn't get too much in the way of your enjoyment. That out of the way, and without further ado, let's get into Monster Mash. Welcome back, friends and adventurers, to Misty Mountain Streaming. Once again, I am Rob, the D&D wannabe, here with some unusual content so far on this channel. We're actually doing the thing again! The D&D, the dice company doing Dungeons & Dragons stuff. So strange and yet exciting. And once again, I am joined by a colorful cast of friends and cosplay enthusiasts and Dungeons & Dragons lovers. We're going to go ahead and meet all of them, because this is all of their first times on the channel, but one. So it's nice to see Tyler back. Say hi, Tyler.
Hi. You got me as I was about to do that, because we kept doing that yesterday. But yeah, hi. I'm back. I'm back again. You get to see my face again.
And if you would tell everybody, or remind everyone rather, who you are and where they find you on the internet and where they might know you from.
Yep. I'm Tyler, or everybody knows me as Cheesecake Panda on all of my different social medias. And I'm well known for like Critical Role cosplays and D&D and all that stuff. So I've been with Misty Mountain for about 1.5 years, so maybe somebody knows me from there, but more than likely because I cosplay Pep.
Fern's my favorite, actually.
I love Fern, oh my god.
Also joining us on the bottom of the screen, we have Banjo.
Hi, I'm Banjo, also known as Steven. Most of everyone watching has seen me at Misty Mountain booths full-time, and I'm part-time streamer. Happy to be here.
Good. Steven is joining us from the road. He is currently employed full-time working shows for Misty Mountain. So he has had the hardest time joining us tonight, and we appreciate you making the effort to be here with us, pal.
Glad to be here.
Let's hear from Maddy next.
Hello, I'm Maddy, also known as Maddy.Moiselle, and like Tyler, I am a cosplayer of all things D&D. I do Critical Role stuff, I've done some Dimension 20 cosplays, and I have a whole host of tieflings that I've painted myself different colors for, and it's a lot of fun.
Excellent. Your stuff's really good.
Thank you.
I was aware of you before I knew who you were because of your Fern. As I was poking about Misty Mountain's website.
My Fern?
Didn't you have a Fern?
I've done Keyleth. I'm going to do Fern, though,
Maybe
so
it was
get ready.
Keyleth. I'm sorry.
Maybe I've done Fern. I don't know if they put that picture up on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was that. I don't know. I know your
Or
fern I
maybe
really
you
like.
read the future, because I do have a green wig on the way. So.
And you do TikToks as Jester, yeah?
Oh yeah. I like doing Jester's voice from time to time.
Okay, I can be right about one of two things. And then the adorable face with the enormous ears in the top left.
Hello, I am Suki. I am a VTuber and voice actor. And I stream on Twitch at TsukinaAI. Hello. And I fucking love. Shit. Are we allowed to cuss?
I guess so.
Okay. And I stream on Twitch, I think is what I was saying. I got distracted. I love D&D.
That was it. That is something that we all have in common. And yeah, it's with the podcast and with the YouTube channel, I try not to do it, but we're going to be playing together for many hours, and I'm not going to be able to stop myself. So it's good that you broke the ice. I think several of my characters and NPCs did in the Reinhold recording. So
I don't think I know how not to cuss.
yeah, it's a lot more forgivable in your voice than mine, I promise. Okay. Does anyone have any reason we shouldn't go ahead and get started playing?
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Here we go, gang. So, our little adventure begins in Blackreach. Now, Blackreach is not a part of the world that you really want to find yourself in if you are the sort of respectable or upstanding person who likes to mind their own business and is adverse to violence and meeting things on a regular basis that could kill you in an instant. But it makes for a pretty quiet and relaxing part of the world if you are one of those creatures that could kill others in an instant. For the hideous, for the monstrous, for the terrifying, or the undead, Blackreach is a haven of solace, far from civilization, far from the cares and judgment of the rest of the world. At least it was until recently. On this fine and foggy, overcast afternoon, we close in towards Mudguppy's, a tavern whose doors are always open to those who would find themselves unwelcome in other circles. Behind the bar is a 12-foot tall Etten, both of its heads busy conversing with separate customers around the bar, as its pair of hands are delicately cleaning a glass tankard. Currently sat about the bar are a werewolf, a undead mummy wrapped up in bandages upon bandages upon bandages, and in one corner, an enormous cyclops sits and idly beats on a drum to provide ambiance of a sort. The Etten, its separate heads named Ernest and Dave, respectively, make their way towards one end of the bar, where is sitting a figure who has been here for some time. Ernest looks to Fred and says, you ready for another round, or...
Do you want me to describe my character, or how do you want me to approach it?
Yeah, let's hear a little bit about what Fred appears, how Fred appears, what he's doing, before he gives the answer to this question.
Sure. Okay. Well, Fred is sitting at the bar. He's a pretty imposing figure, but he has a peculiar aura about him. Despite his broad frame and imposing figure, he had the continence of a scholar in the way he carried himself. His attention was dedicated on a worn leather tome, cold, tired eyes heavy set on a pair of spectacles, as one set of calloused fingers thumbed through the pages of the tome and the other held a steaming cup of tea. His skin had an unnatural tint to it, almost as if it had been too weathered by the sands of time. Most orcs of his kind were known for their green skin, yet his had become muted and grayed to an almost sickly tint. It was a heavy contrast to his barrel-chested physique. He was adorned in ornate robes and leather, the soft violet silk tight around his arms and decorated with intricate golden embroidery. That, combined with how drastically small his chair looked compared to him, was almost comical. He spent a few moments reading through his tome before looking up to the bartender. He adjusted his glasses. He had gray hair, with a few specks of ebony in his beard, chiseled. Couldn't tell he was a lich from the outside. Just more tea, if you would.
Sure, we'll freshen that right up for you there. And, listen, I'm sorry to see you falling on hard times, Fred. I mean, let's face it, you had a good go of it, and, I mean, you were on top for longer than most of us get to be alive, friend, you know?
It's okay, you know. I'm sure they needed the money more than me. But, you know, I just hate that I can't put my great-great-great-granddaughters through college now. It's a real shame.
Are they? I mean, they're still offering scholarships, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah,
they're
I
just a
don't
smart
care
one.
about that, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, hoo-ha and a lot of ass-kissing with that, you know. I'd rather put them through my own way, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Here, he hit the enormous leathered hands, reach over to a tiny porcelain kettle and start warming your tea. Says,
Fred looks at the tea for a second. You know what's worse? I didn't have to take Nutty. I was just the best squirrel I ever had. I love the way he squeaked.
It's a damn shame. And look, if you need anything, we're never far, right? It's just, and you know, if you need a place to stay until you get back on your bony feet again, then we'll welcome you here. You know, as long as you don't mind Mudguppy snoring outside, it's not a bad spot.
Oh no, I appreciate it. You guys are always ahead.
That's our Fred. Jokester. Excuse me. And Fred will begin making his way around the bar and into the dining room and the tap room here to check on some of the other guests. Among the other guests is Miranda. Miranda, what are you up to in the bar right now?
Yes, Miranda is sitting in the most of a corner that she can, very clearly not looking at anybody else, and she has like a nice little glass of red wine that she's swirling around, clearly with this air of like, I'm better than everybody else. Miranda is Medusa. So, from the back of her head, you can see she's got a few of her snakes that are pulled up into like a little bit of like a loosely tied sort of ponytail in the back as they all start like lifting up around her head. And she has like greenish skin that's like lighter to the front on her underbelly that gets to more of like a deep teal in the back. She's wearing a kind of like gauzy, chiffon-y sort of like purple top that's like wrapped up and tied around her. And just peeking out from the underneath where it begins to like kind of hang off into almost like a skirt, you can see a long tail like protruded out from behind her that's kind of wrapped. Like she's not really so much sitting in a chair, she is kind of perched with this tail wrapped all around the chair. And she's sitting there, and every now and then whoever's sitting close can hear her just, my rock garden. They took my rock garden. It and like you can tell she's like she's got an air to her that's like she's got it together, but she doesn't have it together. So
yeah. Well, as the duo of Ernest and Dave approach you, they all four of their eyes are downcast, just as a precautionary measure. But this time, Dave speaks as he comes to see if you need another glass. He says, "Hi there, Miranda." Or, gosh, I know you're in the middle. So just making sure that you're all right. You need anything from us?
Hearing someone else, she kind of turns her head a little closer into the wall, but you can see a couple of those snake heads just kind of like turn with like a definite little smile on their face. It's like, oh, someone's here. I know, just bring me the bottle at this point. I mean, what, the third glass?
I mean,
your best vintage.
I can do that, and I know that you're used to finer things. I apologize once again profusely for the selection here. It's not a lot of folks willing to sell to folks like us.
It's okay. It does. Well, I can't really complain about not having my choice in things anymore now, can I? So.
That's right. I'm terribly beside myself to hear what befell you, and shucks, that really is too bad. And you probably had much better wine back to where you were living.
Just my rock garden was so gorgeous. I mean, I had this beautiful like hunk just kind of right in the middle of my nice and Zen rock garden, and he was so well sculpted. I mean, yes, he lost an arm when I fought him, but he at this point, like you can see she's like holding her glass and she's like kind of crying into the glass.
Dave like subconsciously sucks in his pot belly as you're talking about how well sculpted your hunk was. Says, yeah, well, it looks like you're about done with that. I'll Ernest, let's go. Let's get the lady her next bottle. Yeah.
As he walks away, a couple of the heads are there just doing like a weird little bob watching.
It's great. On his way back on their way, I should say, back to get another bottle of their finest mid-tier red for their patron, Ernest does check on B. And B, what are you? What do you look like? And where are you? And what are you up to in this pub?
Oh, hello. I'm B, the Beholder. I am a little bit smaller than your normal sized beholder, and not all of my eyeballs have opened yet. But just a little tiny beholder, just kind of like pacing around back and forth. Okay, well, okay, let's go, B. Okay, all right. B approaches Ernest and Dave, and she says, "Hey, Ernest. Hey, Ernie. I was wondering if you were offering any work for me, maybe? 'Cause, I'm kind of out of a job right now, so, do you have anything for me, maybe?"
Yeah, sorry. This place gets so little, custom these days that it practically runs itself, little B. It's real nice of you to offer, and, as he's like, all four of his eyes are gazing into separate ones of yours and seeing the little watering starting to happen in most of them. Is, you know what, Dave, these floors are looking, pretty abominable, wouldn't you say? And he, like, elbows himself in the ribs. Yeah.
I'm on it.
That's right, yeah. There's a broom over in the closet. If you just, and we'll set you up with what's fair after you're done. Just,
Wow.
work around the patrons, please.
Of course. Wow. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna do such a good job. Maybe Roger will notice me.
Poor little thing. Dave and Ernest wander back to fetch that bottle of red. The werewolf and the Cyclops are getting into it a little bit in the corner, as the werewolf has really kind of had enough of this one-man drum circle that's been going on, drum dot, if you will. And it's low-key, and they're handling it themselves, and Dave's got an eye on it while Ernest is working. But as this is going on, the scene is interrupted by a warting, warbling croak from outside. Sounds like Mudguppy, the froghemoth, Dave and Ernest's pet, has noticed someone approaching, and very shortly thereafter, the door of the tavern bursts open. And coming through the door is Cornelia.
Cornelia Murky Muck walks into the doorway. She is a hunched over, thin hag from the swamps, and she's got all of these little bumps and warts and grime on her face. Her hair is gray, but it almost has a green tint to it, as if, some swamp water got up in there and there's just permanent algae in her hair too. And she's wearing what used to be some linen dresses that have been torn and ripped and worn, and they're very threadbare now. And it's all tied up with a rope, and there's a bunch of junk hanging on her rope belt, different fingers and little stones that she's found here and there, and trophies from different people she's whisked away. And she walks in carrying a surprisingly new-looking staff for this sort of decrepit and grimy old lady. And she just makes her way up towards the bar, and she sits down, and she's just beside herself. And she slams her hand down on the bar and goes, "Month-old milk, please."
Corny? Is that you? Ernest.
Unfortunately, yes, hello. I've come in on some bad luck.
Oh, I'll be damned. This is kind of the week for that, isn't it? Here, wait 1 second. And he sets the bottle of red down, forgotten for the moment, and begins to fetch you your spoiled milk.
Thank you very much. Oh,
what happened? What happened, Cornelia? Is everything all right? You look distressed.
The worst of the worst has happened. That horrible lumber town just past my swamp. I was cursing them just marvelously until they hired some group of heroes to come through.
Oh,
and I thought
God.
I had them at first. I really did. But they destroyed all of the toads, and they stopped all the crocodiles at the edges, and they holed me up in my tree, just me and Bernard, and that was it. They took my staff.
Oh, no, not your staff. You loved that thing.
I've had that for millennia.
This one's on us, Cornelia. Here, just you set yourself down. You said Bernie's with you?
Yes, Bernard, come in, my favorite toad.
All right, so hopping through the door is the world's wartiest grung. Suki, do you want to tell us a little bit about Bernard?
Yeah. I haven't chosen a voice yet. So Bernard is a little, very warted toad man. He's very, not strong looking, but he's doing his darndest, okay? He's carrying a little dagger on his on his hip, and he's just so ready to take on the world.
You're lumbering in a little bit.
He's my favorite.
You're lumbering in a little tired and getting some kinks out of your back because you had to haul Cornelia's favorite cauldron all the way from her swamp. And like I said, you are not strong.
I'm doing my best, okay?
You're doing wonderful, Bernard.
Ernest, on the other hand, on seeing Bernard, is a little bit less sympathetic. It says, "Hey, now, I don't mean to be rude or nothing, but you know, minions go in the Minion Room, and we'll serve their drinks here in a minute. But, I mean, rules is rules."
Cornelia turns to Bernard and kind of like squats down next to him and goes, "You've done so much tonight. Go rest. I will hold on to the cauldron for now."
That's the most thanks I'll ever get.
So Bernard goes through a familiar door and finds himself we see briefly into that aperture, through that aperture into the next room, and we see that all of these villains who frequent mud guppies often have a little bit of an entourage, and there is a second tap room where they are kept separate from one another, just for the convenience and ease of the villains who might not get along with lesser creatures. But we will meet some more minions in a little bit, I'm sure. But for now, such is the scene. Miranda is brought her red wine. Cornelia is served her second glass of spoiled milk. Bee is using her telekinesis to furiously scrub and tidy the place, while Fred nurses his umpteenth cup of tea. The werewolf and the Cyclops resolve their differences, by which I mean the werewolf rips the little drum to shreds before returning to his table. But on his way, sees that Cornelia has arrived and takes up a spot at the bar between Fred and Cornelia and says, you both know Ted, by the way. Ted is the... He's as much of a regular at Mud Guppies as regulars are possible to be. He practically is in residence. His lycanthropic constitution means that he can go for a while before getting drunk, but he's never let that stop him from getting there. So he waddles up to the bar and supports himself on the bar top, says, "Oh, Corny, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. So tell me, go ahead, tell me the whole thing." And he reaches out and he pats your wrinkly hand.
And I pat his hand on my shoulder, and her hand gives him a little bit of grime off of her as she touches him. "I never wanted that lumber mill to move in near my swamp, but they moved in so quickly. They started chopping down the trees and letting in the horrid light. It was awful, terrible. Really. Oh, I tried to curse their tools to rust, and I tried to whisk away anyone who got too close.
Yeah.
And I was getting around to sending in flies to chew at their flesh. And that's when I heard whispers of a group passing through to stop me. Nice try. I would never let any of that stop me. No.
No. Not Cornelia Murky Muck, no.
Absolutely not. Not me. Not in my murky muck.
Nah, you've been in this game too long. Yeah.
Too long. I've been here. It's my life work here in this swamp. There's crocodiles that have been in that swamp longer than anyone in this tavern has been alive.
That's right. I mean, except maybe old Fred. But he cheated.
Fred, of course. So I had my little critters out being ears for me, and they heard about this Quickfix Company coming through that they were hiring up.
Hold on.
Hey, wait a second. What did you say? What was the name of that group?
The Quickfix Company.
Fred, looks up from his glass.
Did one of them have a real punchable face?
Oh,
Just a
yes.
real smart ass about him. His name's Roger, right?
Yes. Oh, did they bother your swamp too?
Oh, let me tell you. I was on vacation, I was about to retire from being a lich, I was just tired of it all, I've spent generations just sending my daughters, my granddaughters, and my great-great-granddaughters through college. I've saved up so much. I have a beautiful lawn, this big mansion, they're taking care of the whole family. And, I go on vacation for 1 month. I take knick-knack with me, and I come back. Not only is my lawn destroyed, but they kick down my statues. They wrote profanities on my phylactery. They draw a little penis on my phylactery. It was disgusting. It was out of taste. And not only that, they took my pet squirrel. I'll never see nothing again. Those groups are a menace.
Oh, that's a shame. That's
so
a shame.
sorry. Oh, I empathize so greatly. They destroyed all of the toads and the frogs that lived throughout my swamps, and one of these so-called heroes had the audacity to call himself the Frog Knight and kill his own kind. An abomination.
That's just disgusting. Someone should do something about that.
Someone really should. Oh.
At the mention of a statue, a couple of the snake heads kind of quickly look over. At this point, Miranda does turn around, but she's keeping her eyes averted down to the ground to not look at anybody. Did you say statue? They treat statues with such disrespect. My Harold! They destroyed my Harold!
Hey, wait a second. You saying they attacked you too? Did they mess up your lawn?
Yes! Oh wait, I need to look down.
You're fine. Miranda's looking down.
Menaces. Oh, I'm so sorry for you, my dear.
It's a shame. Someone should quick fix those guys.
Yes, that's a real piece of work.
They ruined my rock garden, and I had a lovely little snake pit with all the little hatchlings, and they're gone now. I should make a new. What if we make a new rock garden with all of them in it?
Hey, that's a good idea.
It would make very pretty frozen statues, I'm sure.
We could each take on one of them, then put them in our own little gardens afterwards as a trophy.
I would love to sink one slowly into the murk of my swamp. Over the
That's all well and good. I
just
just want to punch Roger in the face. That's all I want.
You can. She's a little bit not wobbly, but you can tell she's a couple glasses into red wine. So it's just slithering around. It's more of a kind of motion than a smooth slither. And be you will get your chance to punch that Roger in the face. We should go find them now.
Oh, but wait. There's 3 of us, and even with my armies of creatures, the 4 of them were quite a lot. Perhaps we could get together just a few more strong folk to help with my old bones.
If that's an invite, I'm very flattered. But these guys sound like the business. I mean, if they're giving Fred a dime, what's Ted gonna offer? But I do wish you sincerely the best of luck. And yes, maybe a larger number is advisable.
I appreciate the thought, Ted. You're a very sweet little wolf.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
At the mention of Roger, you just see one little eyeball poke up underneath the bar, just and then you hear just a did you say Roger? Did he attack you too?
Yeah, that little squirt. He wrote profanities on my phylactery. You want to punch him in the face.
Oh, did you see the way he swings around his long sword? Oh, wow, he's so strong. Oh,
Too strong, if you ask me. Too strong.
He's so dreamy, though. What if I came with you guys and I could see him again? Maybe then he would. Oh.
You know, I don't understand anything you're saying, but if you want to join with us, I think that's a good idea. We got a full group here. Let's go see him, show him who's boss.
I'd like to tell them some strong words, most definitely.
Power words, if you will.
Words of
Yeah.
just turn people to stone that I don't like.
I like your attitude.
Well, with the idea of going to beat, or perhaps simply meet, the Quickfix Company again, you all finish your drinks, settle the tabs, such as they are, and make sure you're good and deep in whatever cups you were drinking. But before you set out on any sort of dangerous mission, you simply must go and collect the remainder of your forces, such as they are. So, to the Minion Room. And in the Minion Room, before our heroic villains enter, we find a small table with small chairs, with small cups filled with mildly alcoholic beverages, because it is no more than they deserve. Where sit Fred, B, Cornelia, and Miranda's minions. Bernard we have met, and Bernard is walking up to join the other three. So, if we could, let's hear a little bit from Tyler about Knick-Knack.
Oh yeah, I mean Knick-Knack, he's a wee little guy, and I mean it's quite a shame. I mean, that squirrel, the master, he really, really liked that squirrel, and if we ever see that, what was his name? Roger, that was it. If we ever see that Roger, I'm gonna give him the who wants it to you, you know? And, Knick-Knack is a tiny little cobalt with like a teeny tiny, like probably like a shot glass that looks like a normal sized glass in this tiny little cobalt hand. Yeah.
All right. Also, hovering near the table is Daisy.
Daisy is a little gazer, and she's kind of swinging back and forth as she floats and does not seem as upset as the other minions at this table are. And she's just quietly going, Roger! Roger! Ooh. And she does like a little spin.
It's wonderful. All right, next to Daisy and Knick-Knack is... Oh, man. Am I missing that name?
I don't think we picked one just yet. Or at least I said just
No, it
one.
was Smithers.
It's Smithers with two S's.
Of course.
Yeah, so Smithers is kind of pacing back and forth between everyone there, and he's the one who looks closest to being a human, except when you look him in the eyes and see the kind of patches of scales hidden around his skin. Very disheveled, wears a lot of loose clothing, and he's just kind of awkwardly looking around, like nervous, just like, oh, I don't want to be turned to stone. This is going to be awful if we don't find them. Oh, God, I don't want to be. Well, maybe I do. No. We should do something.
So yes, Bernard approaches this group of misfits, hot off the presses of running away from a defeat in Cornelia's swamp. In the Minion Room, there is a bullywug bartender named Bub, and Bub ushers Bernard down into a seat and says, "What can I get you?"
You know, whatever you really want to give me, probably something, the hardest thing that you have. Just smack me in the face with it. Come on.
Balls his little webbed hand into a fist. "I'll get you a drink." Swaddles back to the minion
Almost
bar.
had him.
Yeah, you take a seat down at the table with the others, and for the sake of time, you strike up a quick little conversation with them, and you come to a very similar realization to those on the that those on the outside have come to, that the Quickfix Company has recently done all of your masters a disservice. And about the time that you get to the point that you discover that you have that in common, and take some interest in what might be done about this, or perhaps at least that you should go and inform your masters that the Quickfix Company has become quite a problem in the realm roundabouts, not just to yourselves and your enterprises and interests. The door to the Minion Room bursts open, and the imposing silhouettes of your masters and mistresses appear, with something to the effect of a "get your stuff, and more importantly, get my stuff, because we're leaving."
It is go and pillaging. No.
Here it come be.
All right. So, first of all, we have to find out where the Quickfix Company is at this time. Recently, they were at Cornelia's swamp, but presumably they might not have remained, having conquered that little dungeon, as it were. So, how do you plan as a group to go about finding them?
Cornelia, dear, you said there was a little town building up near your swamp?
Yes. They're a new settlement of lumberjacks and their families who want to make money off of my trees.
Might as well
Maybe
say
the town sent the heroes.
Oh, they definitely did.
They might be hiding out there now, and well, if not, then we just get a fun little town to mess with.
Yes, I would like to go back in there and just messy them up just a little bit more.
All right. So you guys begin making your way to this little, as yet unnamed, upstart lumber town. There's not much by way of organization or civilization to it yet, being as it is pretty fresh. However, as you might expect when a bunch of humans move into a new place, one of the first things they did was build a place to get their drink on. So all of the residences in the town, in the settlement, are surrounding a large 2-story building that is doubling as tap house and as tavern and inn for this little settlement. If there is anyone, as you guys kind of scope out the place, that isn't from around here that needed a place to bed down, that's probably where they're going to find it. And so, on the outskirts of this town, not yet having entered, it is up to you exactly how to proceed with finding and fixing the Quickfix Company. You have yourselves and your minions at your disposal, of course.
As we're starting to walk towards this settlement, Cornelia just casually summons a swarm of insects and whispers to them to just go ahead of us and cause a little bit of bothersome insect behavior to the townsfolk as we arrive.
Before the insects fly off, one snakehead definitely goes and quickly grabs one, and like Miranda's just hoping that you didn't notice.
As that happens, she reaches into one of her pouches and pulls out a dead beetle and like tosses it in her own mouth.
Fred looks
just up
at her
ahead.
eating and says,
Ah, yeah, protein. Good choice.
Would you like one? Here.
Oh, no, I'm full. Thank you.
She does the grandma thing where she takes your hand and puts it in and
Oh.
folds it up and pats your
Okay,
hand.
All right.
They're
Yeah.
very good.
It's still squirming.
Bee is in the back of the line, just like practicing her introduction to Roger. Just like, hi, I'm Bee. No, not that. That's no. Hi, Roger. I'm no. Hi, Roger. Oh gosh, I don't know.
I think you're excited for the wrong reasons.
I don't know.
Cornelia, you said you sent several swarms of pestering insects down into the town?
Yeah, just to stir some stuff up, maybe a little bit of a distraction if we need it.
Yeah, excellent. So what you accomplish doing this is there are people, it's getting on towards dinner time here. It took you guys a while to make this walk. And there are people milling about and going about their chores and visiting neighbors and having conversations on front porches and kids playing out in the yards. But when these swarms come through town, everybody runs for the indoors. And so all of the watchful eyes and all of the town guard who were out and about and milling and could be aware of things going on between the buildings are now seeking shelter behind closed doors and shuttered windows.
Lie, my pretty.
now you said like this is a new town, so there's not really much of like a landmark here. Like, are we seeing like a tavern, or is it just kind of more bare bones?
So the town itself is pretty bare bones, but they seem to have prioritized building a big-ass tavern in the middle of town. It is the only structure in town that is 2 stories tall. There are lights on coming from every window and out the front door, or there was until the doors were summarily shut to keep out the pesky mosquitoes and whatnot. But yes, everything here is pretty fresh construction, especially compared to the generations-old lair that you have haunted for centuries.
Fred's gonna point towards the tavern.
9 times out of 10, adventurers usually pick up a job at the tavern.
Yeah. Smithers, do you have my cloak? I could maybe and sneak in.
Yes, of course, my lady. Please, yes, let me.
Yeah. Whenever the cloak is given, like, she takes it and, like, definitely, like, bundles herself up. Like, it's very much like a situation. Like, definitely, like, bit of a snake tail still poking out the end. They're like, alright, well, anybody else wish to sneak in, see what's going on, or should we just go straight in and start killing people?
Cornelia, oh, go ahead.
I think I will, just maybe stay out here. I'm so nervous. What if Roger's in there and he's...
Yeah, I'm gonna be quite frank with you. There may be a Roger statue by the end of this little, scrimmage, just so that you're aware. Is that okay? I mean, would you accept the Roger statue?
Oh, but then I could have him forever, and he would never go away.
Daisy floats behind and goes, forever, forever.
The mention of Roger Knick-Knack is definitely down there just going,
Slow your roll, knick-knack. No time to come.
just makes me so mad, Master, don't you know?
Oh, I know. We'll get revenge for Nutty. You bet on it.
Bless you, Nutty.
Having you guys play your own minions was the correct decision. All right, so it sounds
go ahead.
like there are some who may be attempting to infiltrate the tavern, which you notice by the sign outside that this tavern is termed the Bloody Stool. There's a picture of there's a depiction of a bar fight and a stool being thrown through the air.
Oh.
Of course.
Yeah.
You see, I read that name. That's not
Makes sense.
to my mind. Anyway,
I'm a sucker for tavern puns. But yes, before anyone goes in and does anything, I would like to have a plan for what everyone is up to, so that I can, try and manage the fun a little.
Yeah. Fred is intent on going into the tavern, accompanied with Knick-Knack.
Okay. And do you intend to appear as yourselves, or are you similarly trying to disguise your monstrous natures?
I'm gonna disguise my monstrous nature.
Okay.
Fortunately, I have a little cloak. I can do some hoo-ha Billy prestidigitation and all that jazz.
Okay. Excellent. And I'm assuming that your diminutive friend is similarly outfitted.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. What Bee had said that she would prefer to stay outside. There's a lot you can do from outside, especially for someone who's not so constrained by gravity as these others are. What is your thought?
So I was thinking that maybe I could find somebody with like a really pretty dress and maybe take it from them, and then I could put on the dress, and then maybe when Roger comes out, he sees me and he sees that I'm just so pretty in this dress, and then he falls in love with me because I use my charm ray, and then he's gonna love me forever.
We're really lucky that's one of the eyes that's already opened. Yeah, that shouldn't be difficult. Are you looking for someone, like, in the broader town, or are you trying to, like, look in the windows of this tavern in particular for someone in a nice dress?
I was thinking probably on the outskirts of town so that nobody sees me.
Probably a good call. All right. There is no doubt that you will succeed in this. You are a beholder, and this is a town of lumberjacks. So you're going to probably go from house to house maybe a little bit, trying to find a dress that exactly suits your preferences. But you will inevitably succeed.
And then I'm just gonna put it on over my big eye and just hope that it shapes my beautiful figure just the right way.
Yes, it's going to, it's kind of a low-cut dress, which is merciful because that's where the eye will go.
I find a little daisy somewhere and just put it, like, tuck it behind one of my eye stalks.
There you go. I'm sure Daisy
Daisy's
will
been
help.
floating along the whole way and just hyping you up. He's like, so cute! Wow! Oh!
Oh, thank you, Daisy.
Perfect!
And then, Cornelia, what is your intention?
I think Cornelia is gonna hang in the shadows until we are ready to confront. So she's just kind of gonna watch around, and if we need support, she'll step out. But right now she's a slow lady. She's gonna take her time and watch and wait and see what happens.
Excellent. Do you hope to watch and wait from the interior or the exterior of the building?
I'll have her slip inside and try to find a corner.
Okay. So, as you all kind of confirm your plan, and as Bee and Daisy go off in search of the rural equivalent of a department store, the rest of you and your let's see, what is Bernard doing? I haven't heard about what Bernard's plan is.
Bernard is doing whatever the heck Cornelia says. Always for Cornelia. Whatever Corny wants.
Right before Cornelia slips inside, she squats down next to Bernard and she's like, "This is our moment to make a statement against these horrible heroes. So when we finally present ourselves, I want to make sure that they see that you're still here too."
Yes, of course, Corny. Yep, this is our moment. Let's go.
Yes, I'm so glad you're on board.
So, with your tiny form just basically tucked into Cornelia's shadow and maybe like with a bit of her cloak kind of draped over your head, all of the bipedal and snake-tailed people make their way into the Bloody Stool. And the sight that you are met with is so warm and pleasant, it probably turns Cornelia's stomach. It's a large open floor plan. Almost the entirety of the structure on the ground floor is the tap room. There are some large tables, well spaced so that nobody is intruding on anyone else. There is a flamboyantly dressed bard in pinks and purples in the corner, plucking at a lute with some display of talent. There is a table across the way that has 4 burly men drinking, who all have these black scarves tied around their left arms. And you can already tell at a glance upon entering that they are looking with some disdain over at a set of men with spears who are sitting drinking at a table as far as physically possible in the room from them. Minding the bar is a somewhat distressed and tired-looking man who is past his prime, but probably spent his prime picking up heavy things and putting them down, and muscles are rippling from underneath his worn and kind of somewhat tattered shirt. There is a door behind the bar that leads to somewhere, and there is a stairwell adjacent to the bar leading up to an as yet unseen second floor. No member of the Quickfix Company is apparently in this room, but all eyes turn as the door opens to see the newcomers. And the individual behind the bar waves towards you quickly and says, "Hey, don't stand there with the door open. Come on in. There's all hell's breaking loose outside. Did you see those swarms of stinging things? I mean, they bite. The one got me right here. Close the door."
On my arm earlier.
And she slithers a little further in.
And make yourself comfortable somewhere. I'll be over to you in a minute. And he kind of ducks below the bar and starts busying himself with something.
Fred's actually going to make his way to a table adjacent from the older gentleman.
Okay. The bartender?
Yeah. No, the one that's the one that was a little bit ragged, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so a table somewhat close to the bar. So you meander your way past the table of men with scarves and the table of the men with spears, and all the while the fruitily dressed man plucking away at his lyre just kind of watches your passage with some degree of interest, but no one stops you.
Fred, you said you did prestidigitation on you and Knickknack too?
Yes.
So did you actually make us look different, or just we're hiding?
We're hiding.
Okay. Then Knick-Knack is definitely trying to act like a small child, but every now and then there's like a very much like a, don't you know? It just comes like out from underneath this cloak that he's hiding in. Yeah. If he bumps into somebody, oh, sorry, don't you know? Oh.
Small child with an enormous shield on his back.
Yep.
Excellent. Corny, of course, you slip into the door and just situate yourself in a shadowy place next to the door and make sure that you're aware of the comings and goings from this room.
Yeah, she just kind of quietly is like, time to rest my old bones. And she sits down and tries to act casual.
I don't know, just fly casual. Love it. And then Miranda.
Miranda has kind of like awkwardly lifted herself higher on her tail so that less of it's like poking out the back of this cloak. So now she looks like a 7-foot tall woman that's just like in a completely black cloak, just like hovering straight through, like going directly to the bar as if like to ask, like when the guy comes back, kind of ask like if they've heard anything of this adventuring party.
At the sight of a statuesque, if you'll pardon the pun, 7-foot tall Lady Dimitresque in cloaks, the bard stops paying attention to Fred. Just takes note of your passage.
And as Miranda's passing, Smithers is close behind, trying to like draw attention away from her as she's like haunching up and getting high, just kind of like shifting here and there, just trying to take the attention off of her. And it's like, ooh, ma'am, what would you like to drink? I'm kind of thirsty myself.
Wine, Smithers, it's always wine.
Ooh, yes.
The grizzled man pokes his head up from the bar and is a little bit taken aback that everyone is so close. Let's go ahead and roll some dice at some point. This is D&D. For the villains in particular, I call you villains, for the victims in particular who have approached the bar, let's give me either a deception or a performance check. Charisma, if you're not proficient in those skills, to just try and pass yourself off as someone normal. At least not objectionably abnormal.
Supposed to. Natural 20, then it bounced.
Oh, that's what dice do, though.
You know, that's a 15.
That's good. 15's good.
It's not a bad roll.
How about Fred?
That was a 13.
13. All right. If you have set off any alarm bells in his head, he is certainly playing it cool. But he is surprised at how quickly you have approached the bar top and says, sorry. Hi. I thought half the town was in here already. I don't recognize you lot. New to town?
Just passing through.
Not many folks passing through, and there's not much of anywhere to pass through from, or, frankly, to. But I'll not look new, fresh faces and new business at the eye. Did I hear someone say wine?
At the mention of wine, her head is her eyes are definitely covered, but she's still out of her own habit, like looking down, just so that it's just like what she's naturally doing, and kind of holding it close up here to make sure that no heads poke out from underneath it. Yes, wine would be lovely. Whatever your best wine is.
The hood is still gently moving.
Yeah, every now and then.
Smithers is behind her, just like.
And for him too, I see. Yeah, 2 wines. Anyone else? Anything? I got food too. The missus isn't feeling well, or she'd be in the kitchen. But I can, I can cook some.
You got any bread?
Yeah, I got bread.
That'd be good.
1 bread. She with you? He points back into the corner at Cornelia.
Yeah.
So, with you then.
I thought you were talking about the person next to the other one. We haven't seen that one before, but that one...
Yeah, sorry about that. Big mistake, my bad. But that one, yeah.
Anything for them?
You want some bread?
Yes, please, some bread for my old bones.
Two bread then. Alright, well, he busies himself getting the 2 glasses of wine, and then makes his way through the door behind the bar towards... something happened in my building. Makes his way through the door behind the bar to fetch bread. I'd like everybody in the tavern right now to go ahead and give me a perception check and see what kind of things you might notice.
Just the big baddies or the little minions too?
Let's do the little minions too. Let's give them a chance. Some of them might be very perceptive.
Got a 19 on mine, and hold on, let me check the minion.
Well, I have a good reason for this. Okay.
Natural 20 on the minion.
Whoa!
Wow.
For a total
Miranda,
of what?
23.
Gotcha.
Miranda got a 17. Knick-Knack got a 3. So
That sounds about right.
This is
Yeah.
in his little like harebrained, like cobalt brain has decided, I'm small. I should act like a human child. So he's like focusing very hard on like, how do I act like a child?
Children throw up a lot, don't they? Should I throw up? Is that too much?
Doing like a cat, like a...
Hey, it's okay.
It's been a long day. He like pats Knick-Knack on the shoulder. It's okay. We'll get you some bread.
Thank you, Dad.
How did Cornelia and Bernard do?
Cornelia got a 16.
16, okay. How about Bernard?
Bernard got a 10.
Ooh, nice. Okay. So you all have these different little vantage points to notice different things. We'll start with, sadly, Bernard and Knick-Knack. You notice all the things I have thus far described, and sadly nothing more. Cornelia, situated as you are, kind of far from the bard in the corner, kind of far from the conversation of the bar and the hushed, insular conversations of the other patrons, you are in a little bit quieter section, a little bit removed from all of that noise, and you hear something from the floor above. You hear what sounds like a male voice singing. Just somewhat loudly, if it's making it all the way down here. So, you think you might be the only person able to hear it, being removed from all the rest of the noise of the first floor, but it's kind of it's a hymn. It's like the equivalent of someone singing Amazing Grace to themselves. And that's coming from somewhere above. Meanwhile, Miranda, you said 16?
Yeah, or 16 or 17, one of those two, I don't remember now.
somewhere in those middle teens.
Yeah.
You have the position closest to the stairs. And you can hear what sounds like heavy stomping. Somewhere near the top of the stairs. Not as though it's coming closer, but almost like it's pacing. And then finally, Fred and... who got that 23? Smithers?
Yep.
Smithers is good for something. Okay. Both of you recall the bartender talking about his ailing wife who is not feeling well. As the door opens to that back room, you can hear some moaning and groaning coming from through that door in a feminine pitch. However, Smithers, of all things, with a 23, That doesn't sound like the moaning of someone who's having a bad time. That sounds like the moaning of someone who's having a very good time.
Smithers is going to lean into Miranda. Mistress, I think something's going on back there.
Something going on, you say? What?
Something good, I think. I don't think whoever's back there, I don't think they're sick.
And, like, while this conversation is going on, like, you said she was, like, nearest to the stairs. Like, can she kind of, like, press up against the wall and, like, have her head turned away so that one little snake head can kind of like, sneak out and, like, look up the stairs to see if it sees anything?
Yeah. Sadly, the stairwell has a landing before it goes to the second floor, and it doubles back on itself. There is not a clear view up to the second floor from the bottom of the stairs. I like the idea. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. She kind of, like, not awkwardly, but, like, does, like, a push-off from the wall, like, kind of peels herself from the wall. Do you think we should, ruin the fun in the other room? Or should we just keep letting them have fun, Smithers? I mean, you did such a great job. Absolutely ruin it?
Yes!
Well, okay, then. And she, like, goes straight over to whatever door or wherever the sound is and just starts, like, knocking really loud.
So, as the bartender left, he kind of left that door going to whatever is behind the bar open. You approach that door, and you can see behind it that there's kind of an apartment back there, presumably for himself and the missus. And you're looking into a little hallway, and to the right you can see and smell and hear what is clearly a kitchen. But there is kind of a little den, and then a couple more doors coming off of that area. And now that you are away from the noise of the bard, it's pretty clear to you which of those doors has the ailing person behind them. And it is that door that you approach and are knocking on?
Mm-hmm. Like a backhanded kind of knock on the door.
We'll carry Smithers' great perception forward, as I'm assuming you accompany.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah. Smithers hears a shit behind the door, and then a female voice say, "Don't come in. I'm not feeling well at all. Is that you, Marty?"
Somebody's lying.
Are you sure you're not feeling well? We can hear you out in the tavern.
Who's there? You're not Marty. And Smithers hears, "Quick, get out. You have to get out." I don't know if that gets picked up on the mic, but there's whispering.
Yeah. Do either of the voices sound like the bartender, or?
No. In fact, you can hear the bartender down the hall in the kitchen area, presumably cutting up 2 breads.
This is so dumb. Is there a crack in the bottom of the door? Like, is it, like, flush to the ground, or is it kind of, like, is it a little bit off-center and, like, there's a little bit of a gap?
It's new construction, but it's human construction. We'll give you a chance here. Let's see.
Okay. She's gonna very awkwardly, like, already having been, like, propped up at, like, 7 feet tall and naturally just kind of tall, she, like, gets down and, like, has her head, like, pressed to the ground, like, snake butt up in the air, and, like, I'm gonna try to, like, wiggle, like, one little snake head under there just to, like, freak these people out.
Alright, there is a small gap at the door. You can kind of halfway get a snake head in there where it can take a peep.
Just the tongue starts coming out.
So the snake is able to see a very limited perspective of the room. It sees the bottom of some furniture and a carpet and the legs of the bed, and there are bits of a woman's clothing just scattered around the room. And there's also a gleaming set of shining chrome armor set off to one side, as well as a distinctive longsword with a dark blade and a shield with an amphibious emblem upon it.
Okay.
You also see a set of feet skittering around the table in some socks that have the large toe sticking out of the right sock, out of a large hole, running around gathering up pieces of male garments and bits of armor.
Okay.
As you are making this realization, by the way, Daisy and Bee have accomplished their mission. There is now a dress of your choice of color and description that Daisy is helping Bee negotiate over her stalks.
So Bee is wearing a pretty, like lacy floral dress, with like a big old flower on her collarbone, and it is like a flare out, like it has a nice cut to it. Doesn't quite have the same figure as a normal human would, but it's still nice and flowy, and it sways very, very nicely.
Yeah, perfect. It's really easy to twirl when you have no feet to get tangled up on one another.
The easiest.
I can't wait for art of this. So Suki, after Bee has made this acquisition, what is her next? What's phase 2?
Well, since all of her new companions went into the inn, I guess since she looks like a very normal person now, she's going to go and hover and look into all of the windows.
Okay. Let's see. Pick for me first floor or second, and then roll... A d12 doesn't get enough love, so pick first or second, then roll a d12.
I set out all of my d12s because I was like, I never roll d12s.
Because you really don't.
So she's gonna start with first floor because she can't go up very high very easily all the time. And alright. I rolled a 4.
A 4. Alright, would you also roll for me a stealth check as a beholder starts floating around windows?
She looks weird woman-like.
Looks like.
She also has a flower behind her stalk.
Okay.
It's great. That makes me happy.
Not on the okay. I'm so sorry. Which one is stealth? Is it?
Oh, okay.
Dex?
So, Beholder is probably not proficient in that, in which case it is just whatever your dexterity modifier is, plus a d20 roll.
Okay. She got a 17.
Okay, so yes, very discreetly peeking in windows. Your voyeurism is very practiced. The window that you have selected looks in, as most of them do on the first floor, into the tap room, and you, for the first time, catch your glimpse of Fred sitting at the bar, of Cornelia in the corner, the flamboyantly dressed bard, and the 2 tables of 4 people who don't seem to be getting along. So you are now current with all the information I gave out a little bit ago. And we said... What was the last thing that Miranda was up to?
She's like flat on the ground, just like pressed to the ground with like a snake shoved under there. I don't know if they noticed the snake in the room.
We're gonna go with no. They've got a lot of other things to worry about right now.
To kind of wiggle her way out and like turn her body to Smithers, but not actually, like, look at him. If anything, like a snake head just kind of pokes out and looks at him instead, and is like, well, dear, I do think we may have found one of the people we were looking for. There's a lovely little shield with an amphibian symbol in there. We'll go get the others.
Oh, yes, I'll get them right away. And Smithers just skitters off into the next room.
All right, so in the tap room, and
Rescue's still in the hallway looking really tall. Just
so B, you witness this, as does everyone else, as Smithers skids, like, on his sock feet back into the tap room from the hallway beyond, and starts, I'm assuming, furtively gesturing, like...
Yeah, Smithers is like...
Cornelia, Fred, how do y'all respond to this?
Cornelia kind of like flags Smithers over and is like, help Grandma up those stairs, dearie.
Fred's like gonna stand up, and like Smithers is gonna run over to Cornelia and like just like gently like help her off her seat and like, you know, just gingerly like lift her from her seat. Let's go. They're in there. They're in there.
She like tucks into her hood where Bernard is, and she's like, "Our moment is coming, Bernard. Our moment is coming."
Knick-knack, why don't you go ahead and beat that door?
I'm on it, boss. I'm on it, Dad. I'm on it, don't you know?
Just to be
You
clear,
go in for it.
did Cornelia ask for help, like, going to the second floor up the stairs, or in going to where Miranda is?
Oh, going to where Miranda is.
Okay. Just so that I know, because, you know, splitting the party is a thing.
Right.
Speaking of splitting the
Seeing
party...
seeing them all converge into a spot, Little Bee is going to follow them.
Okay.
She's gonna just, oh my gosh, what if it's happening now? She's fixing her little flower.
Are you going around the building to where you see them going, or are you entering?
Is it, you mean like to stare at the window?
So-
Like outside of the building, you mean?
Like, you are currently outside of the building watching all of this happening through a window.
Mm-hmm.
Hello! Hey, Lauren.
Lauren, they say hi.
Lauren also works for Misty Mountain Gaming, everybody. She's with Steven on the road.
Whoa. Technical difficulties. Whoa. Hold on. Third time's a nope. Nope, it's not. Hold on. All right. There we go.
Nope, it's going. It's
Oh,
going.
No.
Oh,
no.
I would try and keep talking through this,
All
but
right.
it's too damn
We're
funny.
good. We're good. We got it. Mission accomplished.
Flawless.
So, see, you have an idea, B, from where you are, of where everyone is going in relation to where you are in the building. You could take the direct route through the tap room in your nice, pretty dress, or you could go around the building to where you suspect they are, see if you find any more entrances or windows on the side of a house that you haven't been to yet.
She's gonna excitedly hop around and try to find like the window to that room or like a door or anything.
Okay,
See
excellent.
if she can quote cut them off.
As Knick-Knack is approaching, getting ready to break down the door, I think we said, let's remain with B for a moment, as she comes around the corner of the building and finds the windows for the kitchen and passes the kitchen by. And then she finds the window to a restroom and passes the restroom by. And then there seems to be a den, and passes the den by. And then there is a window into a bedroom. And the curtains are parted just so. And with all of your powers of perception as a beholder, you clearly see in the half light of the room beyond Roger And oh mercy, he is quite nearly nude.
Oh my!
He is clutching his clothes to his chest, as well as his shield, his longsword, and he is carefully balancing his eponymous frog helmet between an armpit and an elbow. And he's not alone. There is an unclothed woman beneath some sheets in the bed nearby, who seems to be trying to hustle him away.
Oh no, that hussy! Oh no, she's having my Roger, no! Oh no! And you just, she just smashes her face all the way up against the window, just no! Tears flying, flowing from her single eye. Just, oh!
Daisy's
no.
going, that hussy! In the background.
What's a beholder's strength like?
Oh god, I don't know. +0. It's a 10.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me real quick.
A 2.
A 2, okay. So you don't come bashing through the window as you press your face against
Baby beholder.
However, the bit of noise does seem to draw Roger's eye to the window. Of course, he only sees a flash of colorful dress. And as he is staring confusedly, trying to figure out what that might be. Roger, by the way, I should describe, since we're getting a very good look at him now. Roger Oglethorpe is the leader of the Quickfix Company, especially in his own mind. He is a knight and a skilled warrior, a human man just past his prime, so that he's reaching into that silver fox realm with bits of gray above the temples and a well-kept 5 o'clock shadow on his face. Very much physically still an attractive specimen. His business is adventuring and fighting and wielding heavy things in dexterous ways. So very much a specimen, and he knows it. He considers himself a hero to be followed after, and works very tirelessly to make sure that songs will be sung of him in the future. He considers himself a bit of an influencer in the adventuring realm, though he might be the only person that says it.
Instagram.
Yes. You all have deserved inspiration up to this point, but I have to award it for Instagram. So, again, we mentioned in the last stream, inspiration, an optional rule that I'm a big fan of. Anytime a player makes the game a little more fun for me by remembering the names of things, or role-playing well, or mostly making me laugh, I give them a bit of advantage, a redo on a d20 roll that they can bank for later use. So, Suki, you have inspiration for the time being. Use it as you will.
Hell yeah.
Instagram. Hang on, I'm going to write Instagram down.
You know Roger would have a Instagram.
Yes, it would be a fan-run Instagram, of course, because Roger wouldn't be caught dead on Instagram.
Would it be like the Beyonce account, though, that has a lot of followers and follows a single person?
Yes. That would be it. Perfect. So as you are gazing through this curtain at Roger in, the late stages of flagrante delicto, I need Knick-Knack to make an athletics check, please. Strength if you don't have athletics.
Go Knick-Knack.
And let's see what this tiny little kobold strength is. Because I'm like 3 feet tall.
Yeah. But you're the muscle in this relationship, for sure.
Oh, come on. Actually, no. I'm trying to use the big dice for a tiny character, but I'm going to use the big bone Misty Mountain dice.
I'm going to go ahead and mention that I like your earrings, by the way.
Thank you. They're little D6s.
I can tell. That's why I like them.
Come on. Natural 20.
Whoa!
Yes! This keeps giving me.
Oh, excellent. You can't write this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Plus the 1.
That's my boy.
Knick-Knack backs up as far as he can in the wall, like drags that foot back like a bull getting ready to charge in the ring, and goes barreling skull first towards this door. Knick-Knack is, Fred's always said Knick-Knack is pretty thick-headed, and this works to his advantage now, as he manages not to splinter the door, but just to knock it off of its hinges, and the deadbolt, by the way, that was set, because they did not want to be interrupted. And suddenly, all of you find yourselves face to face with the barely covered form of Roger Oglethorpe, who, upon seeing that he is caught, not yet recognizing all of you for what you are, drops his clothes, puts on his helmet, and holds his sword in as protective a place as he can to preserve some amount of dignity. He says, I'm sorry, this room is taken. Don't you know how to knock? And should say you do. It's quite a knock.
The only thing I'm gonna knock is your fucking skull off your face.
What?
That's right, boss. I'm gonna get him. And he's kind of laying on the floor, still kind of half out of it, like, oh my god.
I've dealt with this before. You must be the husband. Well,
No,
come on, have at you then.
Care about what you did to my lawn. You've made a lot of people mad there, little pipsqueak.
I'm sorry, are you someone else's husband?
No, I haven't been married for 200 years, buddy. This is not even about marriage. It's about the principle. Where's my squirrel?
Your squirrel? And through the bits of the visor, a bit of recognition appears. It says, I see. You must be referring to my new coin purse. It's somewhere around here. Where did I leave my belt, darling?
Wait a second. Coin purse? What do you mean?
Squirrel leather is not the best, but it's more about the statement than anything else.
Upon hearing that, can Knick-Knack start frantically searching around, just screeching, Nutty! Nutty!
Yes, with some little bit of looking, you find a discarded pair of pants with a belt still halfway through them, with a recognizable hide as a coin purse, still with tail attached.
He's gonna pick it up in his little cobalt hand, just and present it.
Knick-Knack.
Well, first he's gonna stare at this monstrosity this man has done to his pet squirrel, and you're gonna see a single tear go down his muted pupils.
Oh, Nutty. He was so young. I love the way he squeaked. Now he doesn't squeak anymore. But you!
And Fred stomps down his staff, and I'm gonna use a couple of charges to cast Fireball down at 5th level, right in the tavern.
All right. It sounds like shit's kicking off. That sounds like initiative to me, my friends.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So we need to roll for the minions as well. Give me a second to get my sheet together. Currently, only one member of the Quickfix Company is aware that this is going on. Which works well to your advantage, because when they ganged up on y'all, they made quick work of you.
We're about to beat him up while he's naked, so we got him at the right time.
Yes, last time you saw this guy, he was in plate mail, so this is a big step down for him.
Oh.
What is initiative? Is it... Dex?
Yes.
World.
So you'll be adding your dexterity modifier to whatever you roll on the d20.
Okay.
Roll of that.
19 for Fred.
All right. Let me get Roger in here real quick.
Yeah.
Goodness. It's good
Don't
to be
mind
a
me
champion.
just navigating.
For anyone curious, by the way, the conceit of this Monster Mash is already probably very evident, is that the Dungeon Master gets to play the party and the players get to play the monsters. So I have Roger Oglethorpe, the level 15 champion fighter, down in his skivvies right now, and down to only 2 magic items. So this is about to probably go very poorly for the Frog Knight. And I'm very excited, because he's a jerk.
What he deserves.
Alright. Let's do this in the practical way here. Did anyone get above a 20 for their initiative? Alright, did anyone get 15 to 20? Okay, Fred, or rather I should say...
Sorry, you can't see my hand.
I can't see your hand. What a good point. Let's start with you then. What did you get?
15.
15, and that's for B?
That's for B. Yes, Bernard did not do so good.
Okay, hang on to
Good old
Bernard for a minute.
Bernard.
And Maddie, who got between 15 and 20 for you?
Daisy got an 18.
Wow.
And Cornelia got a 17.
And 17 for Cornelia. Banjo?
Fred got a 19 and Smithers got a 10.
Okay. Smithers down at 10. Who else got between 10 and 15? Nobody. Ugh. Well, Roger got 14, so most of y'all are going before him. Who got below 10 and what'd you get?
Miranda got an 8.
Okay.
And the world immediately humbled poor little Knick-Knack for that natural 20 and gave him a 1.
Oh! If only he was really the halfling he was pretending to be.
And Bernard got a 7.
Good old Bernard.
He's doing his best.
All right, top of the initiative order, standing in the doorway to Marty the bartender's bedroom and staring down the pantsless Roger Oglethorpe is Fred.
I said I was going to do Fireball, and I'm doing Fireball.
Okay, so the room itself is not incredibly large. You are definitely going to fill the space with the 20-foot radius fireball, and then some. Which will mean that this fireball is coming out into the hallway, and also Knick-Knack, at least, is kind of in the room where breaking down the door has left him.
It's okay. Okay, Master, it'll be over.
Part of our glorious revolution! Alright, though, so I'm going to say that to be able to cast a spell, you are most prominently in the doorway, which means you will be here. Fortunately, you have advantage on saving throws versus magic because of your stat block. That cloak you're wearing is awfully cool. Of course, Knick-Knack will be affected. Roger will be affected. Luckily, B did not break the window, so she and Daisy are out of it. But of course, Matilda, Marty's wife, is going to be a casualty of war. So, if I named your name as being in the room, which would be Fred and Knick-Knack and Roger, we're all going to make saving throws. Not going to roll for Matilda because it wouldn't matter.
This is
Tragic.
This is some of your stat blocks may have dexterity saving throw proficiencies. If not, you're just adding your dexterity.
I don't think Knick-Knack has a shown proficiency for anything. So, wait.
So, that's a 1 on Roger's end. Roger, being a 15th level fighter, has this thing called Indomitable.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and burn 1 use of that to try that roll again.
Knick-Knack is just like full of rage for little Nutty and gets a 17.
Oh, nice.
So,
That's a natural 20.
Yes,
Roger ran the spectrum there. Let me double check for Roger. That is going to put his total of his save at a 22. How does that match up to your spell save DC?
The spell save DC is 21, so he just passes.
Okay. So he'll be taking half damage.
And this is at 5th level. The staff.
5th level. All right, excellent. All right, so go ahead and roll up 9d6 for a 5th level fireball. No, wait, it's 10d6 for a 5th level fireball, because the normal one's 8.
Yes.
Yep, 10d6.
Someone help me count.
I'll keep track of the dice. I won't keep track of the total.
Okay.
You rolling one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
3, 5, 2, 1, 5, 3, 6. How many am I at?
You need 3 more.
Okay. 3. A lot of 3s. 5. And 3.
All right.
36.
36? Not bad, not bad. All right. So we're going to shave 18 off of Roger's hit points here. As he, seeing that you tap this staff, he saw this in the fight before, and while you would normally have been caught flat-footed, Roger Oglethorpe, the Frog Knight, is indomitable, and quickly throws himself beneath the bed for a moment to escape the brunt of the damage. How is, even with a mighty 17, Knick-Knack took the brunt of that. How is Knick-Knack doing?
Knick-Knack went from 44 hit points to 8.
But is standing!
Yeah,
He's still standing.
I'm still standing.
Good job, Matt. Good job, Matt.
It's a shame.
No, save your energy. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's a shame we didn't decide he was a red dragonborn just a minute ago.
Like literally a minute after that.
As a move action, I am going to step out of the doorway and into the room.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, just to not block everyone.
The room is on fire, so that you know. There is a smoldering bed with a smoldering corpse in it. And as the flames clear, you and Daisy are able to see that Roger extricating himself from under the bed. You get a nice booty shot as he stands back up. Seemingly hurt, but not terribly. Okay, excellent. What else for your turn? Any bonus action-y, free action-y stuff there, Fred?
Let me actually double check.
I should
Just
note
a second here.
that there's a blood-curdling scream from the bartender's wife as she perishes. So it is likely that other parts of the tavern are now aware that there's a fight going on.
That's fine. That will be my turn.
Okay. Moving down from Fred to Daisy.
All right. Firstly, as Roger reappears from underneath the bed, Daisy goes, "Booty!" when we see that lovely shot there. And she's gonna try and get her and her mistress inside, and she's just gonna headbutt the window in hopes of shattering it.
Excellent. Okay. This will be a strength check. I'm going to give you advantage because that glass was just superheated instantaneously
Nice.
moments ago. I'm going to pull the DC down from what it would normally be as well.
All right. I rolled pretty well, but I have a -4 to strength. So that's going to be 13.
13. I had a 12 in mind.
Hey!
So, rearing back, Daisy puts forth a mighty effort. Like, her little orb wiggles as she prepares and smashes through the window pane and into the room.
She does like a little tumble and just kind of reorients herself. And she's not going to hurt Roger, absolutely not.
No.
So she just turns back to B with a very happy smile on her face, like, look, I did it.
Daisy did good. Yeah, Daisy did good.
And that's Daisy's turn.
Great. Going towards someone with a little less kind opinion of Roger is Cornelia.
Ooh. Yes. She's going to take a few steps through the door into the room. And she's going to go, "This is for all of the true frogs in the swamp." And she's going to cast Blight on him.
The true frogs. Excellent. Okay. I assume that's a save spell.
Yes, it is a Constitution
Okay.
saving throw.
As the bartender's wife could attest before her passing, Roger is a man known for his constitution. What's the DC I'm trying to beat here?
17.
17. I happen to get a 7, but Roger comes to a constitution saving throw with a plus 10.
Good for him,
So
honestly.
he just makes it.
That's okay. He takes half damage still.
All right,
So
Brewery.
that'll be...
Roll it up and tell me what half is.
You got it. Oh boy. Do I have enough? The 8's out is the question now.
So as she's rolling, Blight like necrofies and tears apart like any kind of organic matter that it comes into contact with. So Roger's flesh, most of which again still exposed, you start to see the blood vessels that normally bulge at the biceps and the quads start to turn black beneath the skin. And while he coughs and spits a little blood into his fist, he seems to not have taken the full effect of this spell, but certainly it's still doing a number on him.
I rolled 28, so he takes 14.
14. This is a bad day for Roger. But they don't call him the Frog Knight for nothing. They don't call him the Frog Knight. He calls himself the Frog Knight.
I would never call him the Frog Knight.
Excellent. So a few steps and a blight. What else is on Cornelia's turn?
Yeah. I think that might be it this time around. Yeah. Cornelia's very content with what she's done.
All right. Having that effect pass through him, Roger levels his longsword at you and says, "Now I remember you, too. The witch."
I am no witch. I am a hag.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. All right, coming up after Cornelia is the darling bee.
B is going to charge into the room, and she's going to come up really close to Roger, and oh boy, oh wow, Roger, I knew you had a long sword, but wow, it's longer than I expected. And she's going to attempt to cast Charm Ray on him, but she's not very good at choosing which stock to use, so it's gonna be random.
Woo! I do love me some random.
Okay, so instead of Charm Ray, she is going to cast Fear Ray.
The opposite of charm.
No!
Okay, so with Beholders, of course, you're not putting that anti-magic cone on him so that you can use your intended ray. So what kind of save do I have in my future? I think it's a save.
Yes, it is a DC 16 Wisdom.
Wisdom. All right. Roger does come correct with wisdom saves as well. He took many feats to be good at saves. That is a 17 total.
Okay, so he saves.
He's not afraid of you. That's a good first step.
Afraid. He's okay. That's so much closer to loving me. Okay. But I have to do 3 of these all at once. So, the second one is going to be Paralyzing ray.
Yes, so he can't run away. Excellent.
I will keep him forever.
Man, it's...
DC 16 con.
Con. Okay, con's his best save, so let's go for that again.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah, 29. He's not paralyzed, but he does seem to be struck by you. Reference? Anybody? Finger 11? No? Okay, sorry.
I understood that reference.
And then the next one.
If you like, by the way, I will allow you to use your inspiration to give him disadvantage on something.
Oh. I'll hold that for if I get a charm ray in.
There you go. Okay.
What is it? 5? So next is an innervation ray.
Ooh, okay.
DC 16 Constitution.
Constitution, he's got to roll bad sometime. Nope, another 29.
None of my charms have effect on you. You are so strong, Roger. How do you do it? I know you're just so cool, but one day I wore this pretty dress for you. Do you like it?
I'm sorry, do I know you? Are you one of my fans?
You spoke to me. Ooh.
This is painful and adorable.
Yeah.
I love it. All
I'm
right.
imagining the older version of, like, instead of 2 fingers, it's 2 eyes. They're just going like...
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. It is Roger's turn. And now Roger is situated right next to someone who has tried to ray him several times, but frankly, they didn't bother him at all. So he is going to...
So sorry, hang on. With the innervation rate, with a failed save, he only takes half damage, so I still do damage.
Okay, so do some damage.
Yeah, so it's 8d8, so I'll just do 4d8. 4, 5, 11, 18 total.
18 total, so he's going to take half of that, yeah?
No, that was the half.
Oh, Innervation ray is a bad thing.
And it's necrotic.
Boy. All right, more black veins showing on his muscled physique.
He's so vascular.
What an unpleasant word. In his current circumstance as well, it's just so much worse. All right, the first thing he's going to do is pop that second wind, because some of that hurt. So we're going to kiss his bonus action goodbye as he regains 7 plus 15, 22 hit points. Only one of those in the pocket, though, and that is gone. As I find the sheet where I keep track of these things. There we go. I just have, like, little check boxes next to their health and stuff. Oh, you can't see that because of the green screen. Dang it. I thought I was clever.
I'm sure it looks really great.
So great. Like, yeah. So cool. I'm awesome. Let's see. The worst thing that anyone has done so far is cook his new indiscretion. So he's going to run for Fred. Longsword raised. He has not used his action to equip his shield. Does he care? Nope. I'm just going to go full attack. And he is going to start shouting at the top of his lungs. Company, to arms! We're set upon by villains, miscreants, ne'er-do-wells, that sort of thing, and also the beholder in a dress.
You like it? And she twirls.
It is admittedly fetching in a confusing sort of way.
Did you hear that, Daisy?
Daisy starts, like, flipping up the ends of your skirt to make it more fluffy.
All right. Yeah, here we go. All right, he's going to go ahead and devote all 3 attacks to you. Fred, you should be honored. All right. With his modifiers, that is a 17, an 18.
Nope.
And because he's a champion, he crits on 19s.
Does mage armor do anything? Not mage armor. Shield.
See, if you cast shield, that will raise your AC by 5, but this is a critical for him.
Okay.
Let me double check to make sure that I'm doing that correctly. When action surge improve critical. Score a critical hit on a 19 or 20. So that's not just the double damage, that's the I definitely hit. So. Yep. Alright, so he's wielding his longsword single-handedly at you. So that's double the 8s. This is the part where we watch Rob try to do math, which is awesome. Love that this is on camera. So, from the critical, you're taking 24 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
When you take slashing damage from Roger, your speed is reduced by 10 feet. And you have disadvantage on your attack rolls next round. Not spells and not saves, but attack rolls.
Oh, big man.
Yes, this will cut you down to size, he says, taking a moment to rest his longsword on his shoulder and smile roguishly at you, because you never know who's watching.
Fred's gonna, take that to react and just lean in.
You know, first I wanted to punch you. Now I just want to kill you.
That brings us to Smithers, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, Smithers.
Ooh. Let me see what Smithers can do. You know what? Sure. Smithers is going to rush in and see that Roger has taken his battle action, and he's going to attempt to attack him with his scimitar.
Okay, excellent. Roger's armor class is at an all-time low, without his magical shield and without all of his armor. You only have to hit a 12 to hit him.
Fantastic. Smithers is going to yell, "She'll turn you into a statue! They're putting on guard until the ones that you messed up!" That is that's clearly a 16.
Okay.
And, oh no. It fell. That is a 4 plus. What is his to hit? His to hit is not enough to hit.
Okay.
So just one strike.
But that was one hit on
Yep.
Roger's unprotected flesh.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and roll that damage up.
That is a 4 plus 1, so that is a 5.
All right, Roger takes 5. Excellent. Minions are villains too. Next up will be Miranda.
Alright, she's still in the hallway, having not shoved her big old snake body into the room yet. She hears all this commotion, she doesn't know if this is gonna work, but before going in, as a way to kind of maybe catch the Frog Knight off guard, knowing his proclivities, be like, "Oh! Is that the voice of the most handsome adventurer ever?" And she's gonna sneak in around the door and try to do a petrifying gaze.
Okay, let me double check the petrifying gaze here.
It's creatures that look at her within 30 feet have to do a 17 Constitution save. If they fail, they slowly start to turn to stone, but if it fails by more than 5, which I don't think he's probably going to do, then they immediately turn to stone.
Okay, that doesn't require your action. Just by being around, you give him the opportunity to turn to stone.
Okay.
So you're going to be able to do more than that. I'm going to say that since he didn't know you were here, and since he has a reason to look your way, because clearly, Handsomest Adventure, they were talking about him, he is not going to have the opportunity to avert his eyes from your gaze on his next turn. And you do recall, I hope, that from the standard issue Medusa that your DC has been increased in the reworked stat block, yes?
Yeah, I have a DC 17 here that
yes,
high.
correct.
Yeah. So that'll be the DC.
Okay.
Well then, with that,
and of course you're throwing your hood back to make this.
Oh yeah, like the whole cape is just kind of like, and she, as much as this will be like minorly disadvantage, having heard him call for the others, she's gonna kind of stay in the hallway and try using her longbow.
Okay.
Aim at him, probably with disadvantage though, because I'm not like in melee range, but I'm like 10 feet maybe at max away from this man.
So I'm going to say that you don't have disadvantage based on the distance. There is a Fred between you and him, so I'm just going to bump his armor class by 2 to a 14.
Okay. That is... Oh god, I gotta do math all of a sudden. That's what the phone calculator's for.
Yeah.
13 plus 9, that's a 22.
That certainly hits him.
And what is
You get to make another attack with that bow. Do you want to go ahead and roll that before we do the damage?
Might as well. But it might still do it. 15!
That hits!
Plus 9.
Alright, the damage on your longbow is the same, but that poison damage has been buffed. You are an above standard issue Medusa.
Yeah,
Miranda is.
So instead of... I have a plus 12 or 46?
Yep.
I'll dig out 46 for her, and I need another D8.
That's a lot of damage.
For everyone else's reference, everyone chose high CR creatures except for Tyler. So we went in and monkeyed with Miranda's numbers to bring her kind of up to y'all's level.
Okay, for the original 2d8, that's 14 points.
Okay, that's
and then for the poison damage, I guess I'm rolling both of them at a poison damage.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what this is, because that's... I'm just going to make this faster on us and roll 8d6 at once.
There you go.
1, 2. I need one more. Let's do the cleric domain dice. Okay, we got not wonderful. Dang. 3, 4, 6, 10.
Bernard will be on deck, by the way.
20 points.
Ooh.
Okay.
Of poison damage, and before she kind of slithers, not really right back around the corner, like she wants to give a chance for her eyes to work, but like she's still kind of hiding around the door frame. She catches sight of B. It's like, oh, darling, that dress is such a lovely color on you. Really brings out your eyes.
You think so? Wow, thanks.
Like one snakehead caught a glimpse of it because she's trying not to look at her companions. Like the snakehead is like really diving for it.
Daisy goes, brings out your eyes, brings out your eyes.
By the by, as you are standing kind of halfway in, halfway out of the room, the bartender does come out to see what all the commotion is, and is staring a Medusa in the face. We're going to give him the opportunity to determine his fate. Yeah, that's a 3.
Oh, he's immediately.
So immediately, holding this tray with some, 2 loaves, small loaves of freshly sliced bread on them.
Oh, my bread.
Suddenly, the bread's fine. Don't worry about the bread. The bread is good. But the bartender, on the other hand, is petrified. Quite
Okay,
literally.
he didn't have to see what happened to his wife. It's just,
Yep.
he died thinking everything
Died
was good.
thinking she was faithful.
Yeah.
Yep. Fine.
Ignorance is bliss, and so is petrification.
Yep.
All right, that will be Miranda's turn and brings us to Bernard.
Okay, so Bernard's gonna walk up to Roger and he's gonna say, hey, from one frog night to another, put her there. And he's gonna stick out his hand for a handshake.
Do a persuade on me. Charisma if you don't have persuasion, which I would be surprised if a Grung Elite Warrior had persuasion. I'll give you advantage, though. You're playing to his ego.
Okay. Oh no. You said charisma?
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a 19.
Whoa! Roger's normally gauntleted hand, and normally carrying his shield, looks down at this small hand from this disguised figure, says, "Ah, yes, you saw what I did to this felon here. Yes, quite. Put her there, little fan." And he'll reach out and clasp your webbed fingers.
And Bernard's gonna hold him with his one slimy, poisonous skinned hand, and he's gonna use his other hand to stab him.
Uh-oh. All right.
And he needs to succeed on a D6 12 Constitution saving throw or become poisoned.
DC, what was the number?
12
12?
Constitution.
Oh, he's got to roll hella bad, but that's what the
Yeah.
dice are for. No, he's going to be the 12, I'm afraid, but let's see how that stab goes.
All right. Stab him. Well, I rolled a 15. I don't know what to add.
So let's see. Anytime you roll for him, he's going to add 5 to that roll. But even the 15 would stab his bare ass. So, you have successfully stabbed the Frog Knight.
Okay. And then 1d. So 7 damage.
Okay, 7
and
damage.
he needs to make another 12 Constitution saving throw.
He makes it.
Oh man.
Hey, there's
man.
members of the party whose constitution suck. That is not Roger.
Okay.
But
Cornelia is still so proud.
Yeah. Yeah.
My boy.
She gives me savings bonds.
It's all about the bonds.
Yeah, okay, Grandma. May I continue holding his hand? Cool. Alright. Heck yeah. That's my turn.
Watching everybody else, go to battle, and especially watching his master Fred just run straight, do all the good damage and stuff. He's still very winded, he's so just doing that. Like, I can do it! High pitched voice because he's still out of breath, and with his all of 8 hit points, just kind of and steel himself and go running straight up. And he's so short, and Fred is so tall that he kind of from between Fred's legs, you see this tiny little blue cobalt head pop up and be like, "It's me!" And it's gonna stab upward at him. He gets 2 melee attacks. Do I roll? What is his ad? Where is I don't think one of them does it. One of them is an 8, and the other one is a 17. Yeah, so. Cool. Well, and the nice thing too is I'm using a spear and I'm having to like shove it between like being short to like that, using 2 hands, which means he gets the D8 instead of the D6. That is 7 points of damage, and like as the spear goes in from like this downwards angle and stuff, goes, "That's for Nutty."
Knick-knack, you made me so proud.
Just hiding underneath your, like between your legs. Just...
Thank you.
I hope you don't mind. I based this little tiny kobold off of Bartok.
I love it so much.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Fred's gonna look at Roger.
Man, you know, for a frog knight, you've got a lot of endurance. But I think I've got an idea that's gonna make you really croak.
And he's gonna cast Feeble Mind on him.
You hear Cornelia laugh really hard at that joke in the background. Frog humor.
Thank you. Intelligence.
Wiggle.
It's a DC 21.
Yeah, let me pull it up here a little quick. Let me just tell you one thing. He's gonna be useless. That's for sure. He ain't gonna be running around with a chip on his shoulder. Give me a second.
Yeah. So he not only does he take 46 psychic damage, his intelligence and charisma score becomes 1. He can't cast spells. He can't activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. So no difference from what he's doing right now. The only thing he can do is identify friends, follow them, and protect them. And at the end of 30 days, he can do another saving throw against it. But that's how he's looking right now.
30 days.
But he can't use magic items.
Oh.
That's good. That's a good one. That's a good croak.
Yes, let me pull it up again. Right, so he can't cast spells, activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intelligible way. He can identify friends, follow them, and protect them. Fred's just gonna stand there proudly, like,
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Daisy looks around at all of this. He goes, "It's all coming together." And she's going to float behind Roger and nudge him towards B. Yeah, just kind of use her head and push him over. That's Daisy's turn. She's just the hype man. Yes. She's laughing so hard at the croak joke.
Yeah.
She thinks it's great. She's all about the theme. She's going to take another step forward. And she's going to say, "Be careful, B. I'm just going to get at him for just a moment." And she's going to cast Lightning Bolt at him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I completely forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Let me 5. So that is a total of 18.
That's true. All right. I'm just going to do it at 3rd level, so that is 8d6. I have just enough. All right. That is 10, 18, 21, 25, 31.
Roger is officially bloodied by a good bit.
And she says, "One is for my favorite crocodile, Harold." Oh! And that's her turn.
That was a shocking amount of damage. Well done. In the name of Harold, we salute you.
In the name of Harold.
That brings us to B.
Oh my god! He's touching me right now. Oh god! Oh, okay. Okay. All right. This is it. This is your chance, B. Hi. Roger. I am B the Beholder. I'm B. Hello. And she's going to attempt to charm Ray again. Oh, I know, it's so exciting. So much is going on, but charm Ray attempt.
Yes, go. Do it.
So, instead of charm Ray, she's going to cast Disintegration Ray.
This will be scarring. So, he can't and doesn't dodge. So, I don't exactly remember what Disintegration Ray does, if you would illuminate the subject.
So, he'll take 10d8 force damage.
Mm-hmm.
And so let me roll that. See what that is.
Uh-huh.
And 2.
Daisy's floating around and just going, so romantic.
11, 18.
I'm so excited.
28, 35. 45 damage.
Damn. Alright, I have good news. It doesn't kill him.
Oh, thank goodness. Because if it did, he becomes a pile of dust.
So, that at least is good. And, you have a couple more rays, I think. A couple more chances to charm that single-digit hit point boy.
I have 2 more rays. And if I don't get Charm Ray, I'm going to re-roll with my inspiration.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I got not Charm Ray. Roll or do I take? Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll. I'm gonna re-roll this.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
So instead of Charm Ray, B is just so dang excited that she just uses Death Ray. She's just so. He's touching me. He's touching me. I'm so. I've never gotten close before.
You know, beholders are, to a person, irreparably insane. So I'm sure a tortured mind like that, an obsessive mind, will come up with some sort of justification for what is about to happen. But if you rolled a 1 on all 10 of those d10s that he's about to take, he would still die.
Oh no.
So, as you squeeze all but one eye shut in a moment of glee and ecstasy, that one remaining eye that's checking out, just trying to remember this moment exactly as it is, releases a ray, and
She does a little twirl.
And when you twirl away and you come back, and Roger's not leaning on you anymore. I guess he slid off when you spun. But
It's okay, sweetie. I got you.
He's on the floor, and he seems to be taking a very hard nap. You don't remember him being narcoleptic, but, you know.
What? Hang on. Is this where we turn him to stone and then I can keep him forever?
I'm not sure if the whole stone thing works on dead creatures, but I can try. Thank you, God. Thank you.
Well, if that doesn't work, I can just take his body back. That would be fine.
Bodies are so much easier to transport when they don't resist.
He's not gonna move. It's totally fine.
All right. That is the end of Roger, and while you all are aware that there is much movement in other parts of the building, we are temporarily out of initiative. In the smoldering remains of what was a bedroom for some and a den of sin for others, and a place of victory for the 8 of you.
Well, good job.
Oh, oh, thanks. I just got so excited. He was right here. I was breathing his air. Oh.
Yeah. He's not breathing in it.
Yeah, I think I breathed it all up.
Oh, how uncomfortable.
But it's all inside me now.
Well, you know what they say. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're so right. She does a little twirl and just, oh.
All right, gang, what is step 2 of the plan?
Miranda's gonna slither over and kind of look down at this now dead body on the ground with like a clear look of distaste, but like she's at least seeing if he'll turn to stone for her friend.
Let me check something.
It's very much that look that like just slides over that just like very uninterested.
You know what? Let's say yes. Let's just say yes.
Yes.
So you now have a statue of Roger, but like
Yes.
Was he wearing pants?
He was not wearing pants.
Was he wearing anything?
A smile.
Ah, perfect.
Now all of him is rock hard.
I'm gonna put him in my bedroom.
To the less distracted of you, you can hear what sounds like a fight has broken out in the tap room, and there is a lot of running going on the floorboards above your heads. At least 4 people.
Cornelia does a quick little dance around the now statued dead body. He's very happy. He turns to the group. He goes, "Should we wait for them here, or should we meet them halfway?"
At hearing that, I'm not sure if Miranda was one who heard footsteps, but she clearly still has in her head like him calling for the others. So like after turning this man to stone, she's already like full like huge snake body like turned and is like already trying to get back out the door into the hallway.
Okay.
Very intent. All the snake heads are like it's probably terrifying looking.
Do you make your way all the way to the tap room or just the hallway?
Yeah, I'm gonna burst in through that door to the tap room, like just giant snake woman comes in.
Okay. Please hold.
While tiny little knickknack is still standing in the room, like having Fred like, just, "You did so good, Master. So good."
You did good, Knick-Knack. Did good.
I think I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah, get your second win.
All right. You come out into the tap room, and it is somewhat different than you left it. The tables and chairs are somewhat overturned. Looks like those guys with the black sashes on their arms and the guys with the spears kind of got into it. And 2 of them, one from each side, is laying slain on the floor. And the other remaining 6, at your horrifying entrance, all turn. And to a man, they all turn to stone. Just immediately. Because none of them can frickin' roll.
Cool.
The only person not accounted for from when you were here before is the minstrel.
She's gonna call back over her shoulder. "Not in here! Maybe they're upstairs." Gonna, like, just start heading her way there, like, not going, like, too far ahead of the party, you know? Like...
Smithers is following closely behind.
Yes.
Fred's going to make his way out there, but on his way passing the bartender, he's going to grab the 2 loaves of bread and start eating them.
Smart. All right, never waste good food.
You got to carve up.
You don't get to that deep into your 400s without remembering to eat now and again.
I'm on now, Bernard. We have more work to do.
All right.
Here, have a beetle. Have a snack.
Oh, heck yeah.
That's what Grandma's good for, is pocket snacks.
Pocket beetles.
This is the beetle equivalent of a Werther's original.
Absolutely.
All right, excellent. So, B, do you need a minute here, or are you following the rest of them?
Oh, no, I'm just going to, put my little, flower that's tucked behind my little beholder stock, and I pop it onto, him right behind his ear, and I just give him a little boop on the nose with one of my little stalks, and I say, I will be right back for you. And then I go follow.
All right, excellent. So, you all pass through the hallway, pass back into the tap room, head towards the set of stairs, which again twist back upon one another. And who is presumably leading? Miranda was in front at first. Are you the first up the stairs?
Probably. She's probably still, like, barreling right up. Like, probably slowed her roll a tiny bit. Slowed her slither a tiny bit. But she's still... She's got a one-track mind right now.
All right. So, the upper floor, when you reach it, you can see that a hallway proceeds directly in front of you, and then one as well heading to your right. It looks as though perhaps there is a ring of rooms, or maybe just a U shape. Kind of hard to tell from here, but certainly the rooms are in the interior of the building. And the hallway on the exterior on the second floor. You reach this point, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a perception check as you and your snakes are looking around to see what might be here and avail yourself of the situation.
Does Smithers get to also check? Because Smithers is, like, right behind me.
Not quite yet, because by the nature of the stairs, Smithers cannot see what all you can see because he's behind you a couple steps down.
What is that? Okay. And then perception, I don't remember what that stat usually falls under.
Wisdom.
Isn't it wisdom?
I will start trying to say wisdom, perception, and dexterity, stealth like you're supposed to say at all times, but nobody ever frickin' does.
Okay, when I run games, I have to do that right there. It's a whopping 11.
11. All right. You are taken by surprise then by the ready to action that was waiting for you.
Okay. As long as it's not Knick-Knack and his 8 hit points, it's fine.
Yeah, it is not Knick-Knack.
He's done. He's done.
He's trailing at the very back of the whole party, just like, I'm coming.
So, I need... Here it is.
Huh.
So, this spell attack is going to have advantage upon you.
Mm-hmm.
And that will be a natural 20.
Oh, yeah, that does it, yeah.
Alright. So, it's just a cantrip, but it's a critical cantrip. Cast by someone who really knows what they're doing. I don't have enough d8s. I should have more dice.
What happens when you give dice away?
Yeah. Alright, so you're going to take 15 points of necrotic damage as tendrils of shadow magic come in and form a little bit of a hand which reaches and touches you on your shoulder. And you feel a familiar pain from when the Quickfix Company came. That has to be from their resident arcanist, Umbra Willowin. And as you look about, now that she has revealed herself, you see on that shorter right-hand hallway that takes a turn to the left about 30 feet away, she had poked her head out, slung a spell your way as you raced up the stairs, and quickly ducked back. She is just far enough away around that corner to not be in petrifying gaze range, but you can fix that soon. Alright, her getting that quick little shot on you, we're going to go ahead and get back into initiative now that we know there's a fight and where it's at.
Oh gosh.
Let me roll for the heroes, then we'll arrange y'all around them.
Dang, Nick coming in with a terrible initiative.
Oxbreaker did shit.
Can't have done worse than Nick Nack. To be fully honest.
He's sharp.
Alright, did anyone get above a 20?
He did.
Ooh, what'd you get?
22, because I rolled a natural 20.
Well, B gets to go first. Umbra got a 20. Who got 15 to 20? Alright, what you got?
Fred got 17 and Smithers got 15.
Smithers and Fred. Alright. Who got from 10 to 15? Uh-oh.
Bernard got 10.
Okay. 10 for Bernard. Who got 5 to 10?
Miranda got a 9.
Okay.
Cornelia got a 7.
And I notice a lack of Knick-Knack and Daisy so far.
Yeah.
Daisy got a 5.
Still better than Nick Nack. Poor little man got a 2.
Oh. He's just having a rough time.
Knick-Knack chose to go headfirst into a door. I don't think he can be too surprised when he's a little dazed now.
He's like at the very end of this whole fight, gonna come running up these stairs like he's been like on a Stairmaster for like 10 years.
Alright, so you guys can pass one another on the stairs if you wish. You are all at various degrees of on-stairness. Once you reach the top of the stairs, it will be 35 feet to the end of this hallway. And that's probably the only time that I will care about your move speed in this one shot. So let's say everybody has, in one form or another, about 5 feet to get to the top of the stairs, and then you will have a chance to move. So, B, it is your turn.
Okay. B, who is a little perturbed that she has to be taken away from Roger so quickly. She's going to go ahead and just hover until she gets to the top and she can see everything around her. Does she see anybody?
You see evidence, and from reading Miranda's expression, that you know that danger is to the right, but you don't see anyone. They have ducked back behind a corner.
Okay, well, then I'm just gonna hover on to where Miranda's looking and see if I see anybody then.
Okay, with your fly speed, you can use your action to dash over, and you will round that corner.
Yeah, I'll dash.
Okay. When you do that, you turn and face that way, I'm assuming.
And I use my anti-magic cone.
Yes, importantly, because around the corner is not only Umbra, but also Damien and Oxbreaker. And Damien was around the corner with a spell on his fingertips ready for whoever came around that corner. and you watch that spell vanish as your gaze falls across it.
You just see this large, intimidating eyeball come into view, and then she just says, "Hello, hi," and then she does a little twirl and says, "Hey guys, they're in here."
For the benefit of all, who you are looking at, Oxbreaker Anvilfist is a dwarven paladin barbarian with an enormous maul that has been stylized to look like the shape of a clenched hand. He is also not armored, but that's not peculiar for a man of his particular preferences and profession. Enormous red and gray beard, muscles on top of muscles, but a stalwart 3 foot 11 inches tall. Short even by dwarven standards and definitely compensating for it. Beside him is Damien Aros, a Asimar, you know, an angel boy. Dressed in the holy vestments of Damus, his chosen deity, the god of taxation, of wealth, and hard and fairly earned profit. He was especially delighted, Fred will remember, to get his hands on that college fund that had been set aside for his granddaughters. Or great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughters, whatever it was. And finally, there is Umbra Willowin, the shadow-touched sorceress, who has a very much Morticia Adams look and vibe going on. She is the magic user for the group. And Damien is full-class cleric, by the by, for anyone who is cared and counting at home. They all take note of you, and as the spell fizzles off of Damien's fingertips, he says, "Oh, you again." As he reaches down for his mace.
Hello.
Alright. Bee had to fly as fast as she could to get here. So that is her turn. We will move on to Umbra. Umbra is sadly in an anti-magic cone, and she needs to get out of that. Sadly, this is not a terribly wide hallway, and beholders take up a lot of hallway.
Are you calling me fat?
No, darling, of course not. Let's see, what else has she got that she can rock? Let me look at the anti-magic cone real quick. Or the anti-magic cone, yeah. Magic
I can
field.
copy-paste it to you real quick if you want.
No, it's okay. I can see it. Thank you, though. Magical effects are suppressed. Suppressed is fine. Okay. She is going to take a few steps back, and behind her in the hallway is a door, and she opens it, and you can see that it leads into kind of a public bath. And she steps into there, just out of sight, and you hear her incanting something. Not sure exactly what it does. Actually, roll a d20 for me. Add your intelligence as a beholder, which is a +3. Let's see if you remember the last time she did this.
8.
8? Sadly, no. You don't remember. You don't know quite what she's up to, but she's up to something back there. And you hear a chilling howl come from that room. After Umbra, it is Fred's turn.
Okay. Fred is going to, before doing anything else, tap a staff against the ground.
Okay.
And you're going to see 2 more Freds pop up with mirror image.
All right.
He's going to look at the 2 images back. Yeah, this looks right. Fred number 2. Yes, Fred number 1. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Fred number 3. Yeah, Fred number 1. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing good, Fred. They're going to walk up
They're going to stand in front of the hallway where the other party can see. You're like, oh, yeah. Come on, guys. I'm right here.
All right, excellent. You remember, of course, to stay behind B so that your spell effect is not suppressed. And Oxbreaker shoulders that big maul of his and looking up to you. And then he does it to Fred number 2 and Fred number 3. And he'll be coming for you as soon as we deal with this fancily dressed impediment between the two of you. That is Fred, so down to Smithers.
Oh, Smithers? Let's see what Smithers can do. Give me a second here.
Smithers has a few toys.
Smithers does have a few toys. Let me just toggle through here real quick. Don't mind my finger.
I imagine the 3 Freds is like Colin in What We Do in the Shadows when there's 3 Collins.
Yeah! I was thinking Kronk's Shoulder Angel and Shoulder Devil, but full size.
Okay. Let's see. Ooh, he's got some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some stuff. You know what? So from the bottom of the stairs to upstairs, how far would you say it would be that he would need to run to get to the nearest enemy?
Call it 40 feet.
40 feet? Okay. And he has a movement speed of 30 feet. But I think I may have something here. Yeah. So Smithers is going to run up as far as he can go without standing in the cone and attempt to do a poison spray.
Okay.
That should be... Who would be the closest to me?
That would be Damien.
Damien?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's going to toss it at Damien.
All right.
And it would be Constitution saving throw.
As you fling the poison forward, the moment it hits that anti-magic cone, it vanishes.
Oh! Oopsie!
It works both ways, I'm afraid.
Well, at that point, Smithers is just going to be like, well, I tried, and then he's going to walk back downstairs.
I don't think anyone was guarding the bar anymore.
But that's his turn.
All right. Next up is Damien's turn. Damien, as all of you will recall, is an accomplished spellcaster. And when he doesn't have his spells, is much less of a threat. But that magical mace of his, which is currently not magical, does still occasionally hurt. So he is going to try and put some oomph into this. And he can make just one strike. But he will try and make one strike against the Beholder. That is a 12 to hit. Nope. All right. His mace gets tangled in the dress for a moment, and he tries his best to extricate it. He seems genuinely flustered. It's like, why are you dressed like that? It's so inconvenient and not great for fighting.
Rude. I think I look great.
Looking great while fighting was always Roger's thing. Yeah, you know what? He's gonna take a couple steps back as well. You have the opportunity to bite if you wanted as he tries to retreat.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to take a little num num.
Okay. Give me a roll. Damien is the beneficiary of a cool magical form of armor, which I don't think becomes unmagical when it's stared at, because it's basically one and done. He poured this like molten bronze on himself one time and it became his flesh. So armored or unarmored, his AC is an 18.
Cool. Well, I got a 22.
That will bite him through his bronzy flesh.
So 40.
If anybody has an issue with that, do tell me. Do you think... I kind of feel like that would continue to work if his skin is made of metal.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay.
14 damage.
Okay. He is not the stud that Roger is, so that 14 means a lot to him.
I thought this dress was very pretty, so please don't insult me on today of all days.
Daisy floats around from downstairs, kind of peeks up and goes, very pretty, very pretty.
Oh, man. After Damien, it's Bernard. What is our poison boy up to?
Me. Yep. Totally know that.
I know. I gave you guys twice as many characters to play. I'm surprised it hasn't come up before now.
All right. So I mean, I guess Bernard just gotta walk upstairs and get as far as he can go.
Okay. Yeah. If
he's not gonna dash though. He's just gonna do his full movement.
Okay. Let's see. What other... Yep. Cool. Alright. Bernard is more cautiously approaching.
And then at the end of his movement, he's gonna say, "Hey, Grandma, you might want to cover your ears again." And then he's gonna use mesmerizing chirr.
Okay. Alright, so he makes a churring noise that he is immune to. We'll say Cornelia would be immune, but she's out of range. She's heard this way too many times in her life.
The wonderful singer.
My precious boy. Alright, so that is going to be Damien backed off, Umbra backed off, but Oxbreaker is still here, as is B. So B and Oxbreaker are going to make Wisdom saving throws, DC 12.
I think I'm technically at the top of the stairs. Do I need to?
They have moved far enough past you that you are no longer within 15 feet of them.
Question.
Yeah. Oh, and Fred is there.
Is this something that can be counterspelled?
This is not a spell.
Oh, never mind.
It's also
I'm
not a
just
magical
saying.
effect. So it works fine in the anti-magic cone. So yes, I need Fred to make this save as well. DC 12 Wisdom.
Oh.
And you don't have advantage on it because it's not a spell.
That's right at a 12.
Okay, meeting the DC does succeed. Oxbreaker also managed to succeed. How did B do?
B got an 18.
Okay, so Bernard basically has effectively done the equivalent of a war cry as he runs up into battle. Hey, you sound like Roger. All right.
That's my turn.
Good try. That brings us to Miranda at the top of the stairs.
You know, the best part about going late in initiative means you get to think about how stupid you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
How far away would you say Damien probably got?
Damien is, first of all, 30 feet away from you at the top of the stairs around the corner, and then he backed off 10 feet.
10 feet? Okay. She is very angry, having basically just run up the stairs and gotten hit minorly for her, but hit regardless, and it brought back all of those angry memories. She's thinking about her deer statue in her rock garden that is no more. So she is going to...
And also her deer statue that was in her rock garden.
Yeah.
That one deer that wandered in.
The deer and the deer. Yeah, the two deers. The figuratively and the literally. Yeah. But she's very, very, very angry. So she is going to use her 30 feet, like, full-bodied, large snake woman, just, like, hauling down this hallway. And, like, she's going so fast, probably she, like, hits the corner and kind of, like, swings a little bit. And then she's gonna dash the rest of the way. She's gonna, like, try to tackle Damien to the ground and stare, like, directly at him and just, like,
Ugh.
took one statue, I'll get another one.
All right. You get up into the face of everybody, and you feel...
She's the largest you can see around the corner as she comes, like that one.
You feel a little bit of a tingle as you enter the cone. You wonder if you'll be able to petrify anyone in this area. But you are up in the thick of it, and you did not have to go quite so far that Oxbreaker would have gotten an op on you. So all that is good. But you are within reach and distance of him along with B.
Yeah, well, she's... I guess, would it be a strength if she's trying to literally, like, throw herself onto a person?
Yeah, we'll do that. You dash, so normally that would be your action, but you're just basically trying to bowl him over. So I'm good with that.
So, okay. Yeah, because I knew I couldn't do any attacks. That's an 11.
Well, he's not very strong. Let's see. Is that a 9 or a 6? That is a 6 plus 2, so he actually fails. So you are going to knock him prone in front of you.
It's like probably like a funniest home video situation here of like giant snake woman just and like they're both on the floor all of a sudden. Yeah. That's my turn. That's all I can do.
What is the show? Monster Musume? Oh, never mind. It's probably not important. All right. After Miranda, it's Cornelia's turn.
Oh boy. So Cornelia is going to make her way up the stairs, being careful of her hips and taking her time. And she's going to step into the hallway, and she's going to call out and go, "Yoo-hoo! Are any of you in there? Would you like to come out and say hello?" And would it be possible for me to hold an action until any of them start to approach, and I can cast Crown of Madness on one of them?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're holding the action, you have cast the spell.
Yes.
So the spell slot is gone. If nobody comes into range, the spell goes away, but that's not, that's a spell. You've got many bullets in that clip. So.
Yeah.
Hopefully that will happen.
I know one of you has my staff. There couldn't be any possible way for me to make a new one, so you simply must come out and face this old woman like the brave heroes you are.
You hear...
And she's gonna hold her new staff that she did make and start to cast Crown of Madness.
You hear from around the corner and in the room with the howling, Umbra's voice say, "Is that you, old crone? It's my staff now. Go get another."
That stick is worth more than your whole life. Bring it back now.
I don't feel like it.
Well, then I'm coming in. But she's gonna stay where she is and cast Crown of Madness.
Great. All right, that brings us to Ox's turn. Ox has fought a beholder before. It wasn't even that long ago, so he knows how anti-magic cones work. So he's going to have to try and slip by you in the hall, which mechanically he is not going to be great at doing. So instead, he's just going to try and physically push you back to where he can get around you a bit. So he's going to spend the first of his attacks on his turn trying to shove. I need you to make either a strength athletics or a dexterity acrobatics check, whichever you feel you would be better at.
Alright. Got a 13.
13. All right. He beat that by a little bit with a 23. So he is going to put a meaty hand up and just push your well-dressed beholder butt back 5 feet and take a step up.
My eye!
So he can try and deal with you and turn that cone around. I would like to invite Miranda to make an op attack if she wishes, because he is leaving your range to get some space here.
Yeah, I'll make the opportunity attack with the hair because she's very intent on the person she just, like, threw to the ground and is, like, staring intently at, so, like, you know, a snake just kind of comes out and is trying for it.
Mm-hmm.
Would Fred also be at an opportunity for that as well?
He is moving into your range with this push.
Gotcha.
You stood behind B.
Yeah.
It's an 18 to hit.
18 does hit Ox.
The pluses to it, otherwise that would have been horrible. What have I... Oh my god. Okay. I'm not using this many dice. Let me get out all of my sixes again.
While she is rolling, he has rounded the corner into Crown of Madness zone. So what does he need to do with that?
He has to succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by me.
He rolled a 17 plus 5.
Yeah. He saves.
Okay. He's gonna take some damage from your friends, though.
That's perfect.
Sorry. I was very excited. Okay. 7, 8, 11, 15, 18.
This sounds bad.
24 points, with 18 of those being poison.
24 and 18. So 6 piercing damage.
Yeah, 6 piercing. Yes.
Ooh.
So rude.
Never good. You never want to hear all the dice come from the DM.
Okay. Please just watch my dress. I just got it today, please. Okay. Ah.
You hear from downstairs, "Watch the dress!" And then she starts to make her way up. And she sees Ox and is going to blast a frost ray at him.
Ooh.
So he needs to make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw. Oh. He'll succeed this time. Yeah, so Daisy tries to blast it, but she's very upset about him potentially ruining Bee's dress. So she's like, "Oh, watch the dress!" And while she's shaking, the ray blasts off in the wrong direction. Yeah.
Yeah, poor little knick-knack. He's kind of getting a little bit of wind back, still very much like... So he paused down at the bottom and is kind of looking through, seeing if he can find maybe a healing potion, but he's not very smart, so instead he just finds a bottle of beer and is like, this'll do, and he's kind of jogging up these stairs, but holding his bottle of beer, just in the top. He doesn't dash. I don't think he's got the energy for that, so he just makes it as far as he can, which I think is 30 feet. I don't think this is... I can do a ranged. I'm gonna take my spear and upon coming across this rounding the corner up at the top of these stairs, I kind of chug back what he thinks is a healing potion, and suddenly purely by placebo is I got this. I'm gonna take his spear and just throw it down the hallway. And Ox. Poor child, this poor little kobold child. Not too bad. What do I have? I always forget. That is a dirty 20. And this was thrown, so it's single-handed, so that's a d6. Yeah, that is 6 points of damage.
Okay, so I can choose which way my anti-magic field points. Is there a way for me to point it into the room, but to where, it's not hitting my new companions? Yeah, I want it in the room with Umbra. Okay. Okay, then I will do that. Oh. Bye! Oh, you tried. It's okay. Oh, oh man. I get told that a lot. I'm so sorry. But you know what? I am going to... So if it's into the room, that means that the dwarf guy is out of it, right? Then I want to attack the cleric. Yeah, with my eye rays. Okay, I got a 9. I got 9, 6, and a 7. So 9 is disintegration ray. 6 is telekinetic.
Does that matter at all? Laying on
6 is...
Does that matter at all?
Yikes.
Okay.
And then 7 is sleep ray. Let me do... What was the first one? Well, let's go in order I rolled them. Yeah. So let's start with telekinetic ray. Strength saving throw, and this is on the cleric. Okay, so he's pushed back 30 feet. Or, in any direction. No, I'm gonna bring him towards us. I'm gonna pull him out into the fray.
Oh no. Yeah, so just
You're welcome. He is also restrained until the start of my next turn. Okay, so then the next one is Disintegration Ray. Still on the cleric. Yep. Yikes. Oh, no. Alright, he's going to take 10d8 damage. Oh, I did not roll very well, though. Okay, 16. 17, 20, 21. 21 damage. Force damage. Ah. Am I allowed to do another target with it, or is it just... Oh. Well, he's already, like, not a problem. So I'm gonna use my sleep ray on the big dumb dwarf. Wisdom. Alright, so he is now asleep, and he will remain unconscious for 1 minute.
Ooh.
Ah.
I asked you politely to not touch my dress. Now look where we are. It says that it's like it doesn't matter which way I'm facing. Like I just choose which way it is, and then it stays that way. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want Umbra under my eyeball. Does not.
Amateur.
Haha.
So, I do have a question, just to kind of make sure I have orientation right here. So, B, are you in the next room, or has Umbra joined us in the hallway? Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. And Ox is right there, asleep. How does sleep normally affect rolls? Yes.
Well, he's unconscious.
Okay.
Yikes.
Okay. So it's Dex and Strength. Ooh, it'd be a shame if I casted, I don't know, Lightning Bolt at 7th level. Actually, hold on. Let me make that. I want to use it at 5th level so I can use my staff charges on that.
I have slimy fingers. Slips away.
Okay. Okay. So that's going to be a total of 10d6. So let's see what we got. I wish. All right. What was that? That was my... Okay. No, I think that was 6. Okay. Did I miss? Okay. So, hold on. Wait, I got a calculator. Hold on.
I can't believe they've tricked us into playing a math game like
Right?
this.
How dare they? They'll let me... Okay, there we go. Hold on. Don't mind me. So, decent rolls. Thank you. Just gotta get decorative every once in a while. So that is a 24. Mm-hmm.
And has an unmitigated 24 damage coming his way.
And they're high-fiving each other afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Good job. Yeah. Couldn't done it without you.
Smithers, you know, he after his momentary lapse of judgment, he's gonna run back up the stairs and pull out a scimitar and try to take a couple of whacks at Ox himself. Ooh. So that is a 16 for the first roll. Well, actually, I should roll again in case I get no. And then on the second hit, 18. Okay, so the second hit's going to be an 18 as well. Okay. Let me double check what Smithers is capable of real quick. See if he has any fancy things. Don't mind me, people at home. Okay. So that's going to be a total of 11 damage.
All right, well done, Smithers. Back in the game. It is on to Damien's turn. Damien has the opportunity to cast magic.
Needs to probably do...
Yeah, he's face to face with you, so he might be going the way of Roger here.
If you want to do your attack first, by all means.
No, I got to do this first. He was trying to be very polite, you with your gossamer dress, and generally speaking it's my eyes are up here. So he defaulted to that rule and made that mistake. So he's gonna try for the Constitution saving throw. It is Constitution, right?
Mm.
I got a +2 to this. For now he succeeds with a natural 19.
Yeah, that'll do.
It's the best thing he can do right now. Oh, if only he had... Yeah. Sorry, lots of spells on a high-level cleric.
I'm I think the only one in the party that doesn't do spells. So like this is awesome.
Oh, he's restrained. He's restrained right now by that telekinetic thing, isn't he?
Yeah, like probably after they like stopped being restrained with telekinetic, but she's also like almost getting him now moved. Yeah.
All right, he can still take actions. He is going to. His attack rolls have disadvantage, which is really rather too bad. He's going to cast a protection spell on himself. Because he's getting worried. Yep, he's going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on himself and start concentrating on it. He's protected against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead.
Counterspell.
It is a spell.
Oh.
Alright, burn your reaction. He was casting at first level. A third level counterspell automatically makes that go away. He looks over to you.
Smooth.
Yeah.
He like wags his finger a little bit, trying to look over Miranda's shoulder, and says, I remember this being much easier when there were fewer of you.
Oh, no. Triple trouble. They all say in unison.
Well, he can, you can't bonus action. Oh, I know what he can do. Nope, he can't do that. Alright, Damien's done. On to Bernard.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and plop down next to Mr. Damien, and I'm gonna just pop him on the face.
Alright.
With my hand. With my hand.
With your hand, alright. He's restrained, so I'm going to say no roll required. You are going to touch his face.
Oh, and, well, he needs a constitution save. Or be poisoned.
He is going to fail.
Oh, he's poisoned.
Let's see, and when you poison, it's not a damage thing, he just has the poisoned condition, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so... yeah, he's restrained and poisoned. It sucks to be Damien.
He has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Oh, God.
And so now, with my other hand, I'm gonna go ahead and just stab him in the eyeball.
Okay, stab away.
My boy.
You have advantage on your attack, because he's restrained, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
Attack plus 5, so 18. Not to hit.
What was the number?
15.
15. He does have that bronze skin.
Oh.
So you are going to nick your knife against him. But
okay.
he is poisoned.
Alright. That's fine, I guess. I at least did something, Grandma.
You proud of me, Grandma?
I'm very proud.
Alright, that is Bernard. On to Miranda.
Okay. Well, probably upon getting pulled back herself was like very shocked, but like she's now like holding this like cleric in her arms, and like he's tall, I'm sure, bringing ASMR, so like she kind of lifts herself up, so they're kind of both standing there, but she's holding him. She's gonna go. She gets 3 melee attacks, 1 with hair, 2 with short sword, but to let go. Yeah, she'll do it. She'll do one with
you can hang on to him with one arm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she'll, like, keep, like, one hand here.
Loop a tail around.
So, yeah, the snakes are gonna go for 1 while the sword's getting pulled out from behind.
This is gonna suck. Alright, you have advantage on all of these. Thanks to B.
That's, okay.
That was a noise.
I know, right? First one is a 19 to hit. That's the snake hair.
Yep, that will work.
Then the short sword. First one is... Oh my god. 26 to hit.
Yeah.
And the last one. Oh no, I can't. Okay, yeah, I just pulled a dumb. I rolled a 19 and I turned it upside down and I'm like, wait, is it up or down? Is it? And then I realized
Is it a 19 or a 61?
Yeah, so I did a dumb. So that is...
This is real Dungeons and Dragons here, folks.
28.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh my god, how many dice do I? I'm gonna start with the snakes. So for the piercing of the snake, that is 8 points for the snake pierce. And
Okay.
then for poison on the snake.
I'm worried about this, guys.
How many do I need? Good lord. 1, 2, 3.
You couldn't just have me roll d20s for damage. You have to make me roll so many d6s.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's start with the small ones. Okay.
I'm just glad there are small ones.
25 points.
Okay.
Rolled a 1, a 3, and then a 6 and 3 5s.
Lord.
Okay, now for
He is bloodied already.
the 2 short sword, which is going to be 2d6s. That's another, because I rolled 2 more 5s. My d6s are like in the 5s, and both are a +4. So that's another 18 points.
18. Oh. I know I'm not going to show you guys the hit point totals or anymore, but yeah, he can't do that again. Alright, you sink teeth and swords into ribs and shoulders and necks, and Damien, already poisoned and looking sick, the color is draining from his face as blood is draining from his body, and being quickly replaced by things bad for human flesh.
Yeah, as she's like doing all of this and seeing the reaction, she's gonna kind of lean her head in and whisper in his ear, "Starting to look like your froggy friend downstairs."
His eyes are starting to like close as he's like, but for a moment they get wider as he realizes, yeah, there's not help coming. All right, terrifying. On to Cornelia.
Okay, so Damien's looking pretty bad,
Pretty
right?
bad.
And is he in, like, eye line of me?
You can waddle forward a bit, and then yes, he will be.
I will old lady waddle forward. I would love, more than anything, to cast Finger of Death on him.
Ooh! Okay, what's that do?
So,
Nobody uses that in my games because we can't get that high level and keep a game together.
He makes a Constitution saving throw and takes 78 plus 30 necrotic damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful one. And if he's killed by this spell, he rises at the start of my next turn as a zombie that is permanently under my control and follows my verbal orders to the best of his ability.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, what's the DC?
17.
Natural 1.
Oh boy, oh boy. Let me get my D8.
Do you even need it?
I don't know why that tickled me so
I
bad.
want to know the numbers.
It is possible he would live if you rolled crap.
Okay.
It was 78 plus what?
Plus 30.
Oh no, there's no way. Just give me the
It's a
number.
doozy.
Roll it to find out the cool number though.
Yeah. Okay, so 42 plus 30, 72.
The 42 on 78? Gosh,
I got
man.
1, 2.
You rolled
2
up.
8s. I got 3 7s.
All right. You know what? No one ever gets to describe Finger of Death. Describe what Finger of Death looks like.
Old lady waddles forward and she goes, "You're going to replace all of my little creatures that you killed earlier." And out of her little shaky grandma finger, this moldy, green, musty, foggy, magic comes out and just kind of surrounds him and then tightens.
All right, well, already somewhat constricted by Miranda, he is now constricted by this new, terrible, unutterable, reprehensible magic. He gives a quick shout to Damus to commends his own soul to his god, but there is no helping him now. That soul is coming right back here into a desiccated body next turn. Stay tuned. And Damien Aros is dead, soon to be undead. I will quickly explain the change in camera angles, unless you would like to, Steven, and then we'll keep going.
I had to put my phone on charge.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Short and sweet.
Good enough. All right, that is Cornelia's turn. We are back to Ox. Ox has been recently chicken fried down there on the ground. He will use half his movement to stand up. He will pick up his Brofist Maul. Why not? Bonus action to rage again. And he will try and kill the caster. So we're going to switch targets to Fred. We will attack you recklessly once more, because why not? We should always be recklessly attacking. There's my d20s. And we'll come at you both times. First strike would hit a mighty 12, which doesn't hit your armor class, I know. The next one would be a 23 and might hit one of your images.
Nah, shield.
Shield. Fair enough. No worries about it. So yeah, the enormous fist comes in, and at the last second, you just flip the middle finger, and an arcane field surrounds you, and no damage. I hate it when you do that. Do you mind fighting me like a man?
I'm fighting you like 3 men.
I'll keep that one to myself. All right.
Other end of the stair. You're so cool, Master.
Next
Doing
up
such a good
is
job, Nick.
Daisy.
Alright, check this out, y'all. After rereading some of the Gazer's stats, I realized that I actually get 2 eye rays and not just 1. So that's really cool. So we're gonna see what we got this time. Another Frost Ray. She's just gonna gang up on Ox, I think,
Okay.
with that Frost Ray. So he has to make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw.
All right. I gave him his advantage, and he still fails.
Ah, tragic. 8. 8 cold damage from that. And the second eye ray is a dazing ray.
Daisy's dazing.
A Daisy dazing ray. That's adorable. So he has to make a DC 12 wisdom saving throw or be charmed.
Ooh.
Daisy's doing a good job this time around. So his speed is halved and he has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Oh, Constitution. Well, to be fair, though, he's been looking directly at the now dead body in her arms. Yeah. She's been very intent on the person that she's holding, so.
Daisy looks down at him and she goes, "Not cute."
Alright. Big Neck.
Knick-knack.
He comes like waddle running because like I'm picturing like, you know, like little like dragon legs on this little tiny cobalt. So he's kind of like waddle running up and like is gonna quickly pull the spear out of Ox that's still sticking in. He's gonna pull it out. Well, yeah, he's gonna pull it out and then immediately go back with like a hyper. Yeah. This one is too. Yeah, no, you guys don't want it. 16. Oh my god. Okay. I'll take it. Where's my 8? That is 7 points piercing damage. As this goes in, Nick Knight's gonna go. I can kind of like spit at him just for flair. Yeah.
Not cute.
Knack may die next round. We'll find out.
Oh, okay. Well, since Ox is the only thing that's really in my way right now, I'm going to go ahead and... How does he look? How's he looking?
But his
Okay,
confidence is shattered.
Is he in my cone still? It's in the same spot. Okay. Then I'm going to ray him with 2 4s, so I have to Okay, so 3, 4, and 9. So 3 is Fear Ray. Wisdom saving throw or be frightened. That will save. And then 4 is a slowing ray. Dex save. Yeah. And then a 9 is a disintegration ray. Dex again. 12? Oh, I've got to hit him for 10d8 force. Oh yeah.
The animation of your figure was like perfect with that, with the and then like a little like smug smile curled in.
All right.
Yeah.
I've worked very hard on it. Oh, 8s. There we go. I got confused. I thought it was rolling 8s for my 10s, and then I didn't know what it looked like. 6, 7, Where's my what? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know where my other D8 page. Whatever. Okay. 14. Should I say 4, 5? Yeah. 43, 50, and 57.
Lord.
Ooh.
Force damage.
Let me find his sheet. 57?
Yeah.
Alright, well, he's bloodied now. Oh,
Wow.
right.
That's all I can really do. I mean, I'm just gonna give a little whirl and just enjoy it.
All right. Well, he is not enjoying it. I don't think Ox can remember the last time anyone's bloodied him, probably. Perks of being a barbarian. All right. After B is Umbra. Umbra is going to approach the door and have a quick peek outside into the hallway and see the quickly zombifying corpse of Damien and Oxbreaker looking as winded as he has probably ever looked. Gonna give a quick look around, and she's gonna say, "I'm sorry, Ox." And she's going to close the door, and you hear the sound of a spell being cast on the far side of the door. And that is her turn.
Does the door
So
stop?
dramatic.
Yeah, you have to be able to see whatever it is for the cone to work.
Okay, we got it. Got this.
It is Fred's turn.
Fred's gonna look down at Ox.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I've been better, frankly.
Yeah, I see that. Hey, Cornelia.
Yeah.
You had a pretty good idea earlier.
And he's gonna cast Finger of Death on Ox.
Oh, God. Okay, what is it again? Con?
It is Con.
Okay, well, Ox is great at this, but I don't know if it's going to help him on Finger of Death.
And we should have dragged the Frog Knight up here and just thrown him at all this one.
So he rolled a 6 plus 13, which I still don't think is enough for Fred.
What a shame. He takes it all.
Okay.
Oh, how tragic. Hold on, let me write these down. Ooh.
Man, being turned into a statue must have sucked, but being forever zombies for the people you tried to stop is even worse.
If he had enough sentience left to care, he would probably be mortified.
Give me just a second here to do my calculator.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it?
If you read them off to me, I can do it.
Oh, yes. That's going to be easier. So I got a 4, a 8, a 7, a 3, a 5, a 6, and another 8.
41.
Plus 30.
71. Ox had 61.
Tragic.
Does your Finger of Death look any different from hers?
Nope.
All right. Fisty, moldy tendrils constrict around the poor dwarf. Oh, damn it. And he is quickly zombifying before you on the ground once again. Well done, Fred. It is to Smithers now.
Smithers gonna see Ox and Damien taken care of. See that closed door, and like run up to it and open it.
Okay, it is not locked, so you open it up. Before you, you see a cozy little country public bath with several thinly separated wash basins. No Umbra.
Ooh.
There is
And
a thin
being activated does nothing.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry.
There's a
I'm sorry.
thin purple line vanishing from midair as a door between dimensions is zipping closed. And still kind of wobbling on the ground, just to make sure that there's no reason to follow, is a knobbly old stick.
Nice stuff.
Smithers is gonna pick it up and take it back out into the hall. Look what!
Oh, bring it to me.
Smithers is gonna do so.
Alright, you have to step around the slowly rising corpses of an Aasimar and dwarf.
I give you a little beetle treat. Very good, very good.
You all suddenly have the sense that it is a little bit warm, and the fire downstairs that was never extinguished is beginning to consume the structure.
Oh, whoopsies.
It would probably be a good idea to get out of here and take any precious possessions and figures with you that you wish to save.
We still in initiative?
No, we are done.
Okay.
Unless you guys have a great way to follow a girl who dimension doors in who knows what direction.
Oh, I guess to start, Miranda feels this body start like wiggling up against her and like pulls her sword out from his back and just drops him in the floor. Then like further takes the sword and like starts like wiping the blood off of it on his shirt and be like, I think we should go. Either whatever you would like. And I thought she's gonna start slithering down to the front door.
Fred is gonna go to Ox.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
I think we're doing similar things.
Oh yeah, no,
Fred's like, Ox, hey, come here. How about you? Let's see about putting you at my vacation home. Maybe I need a new guard there. Oh, I liked it better when you talked. Huh.
Damien, be a dear, help grandmother down the stairs. Oh, you're such a pretty, pretty little angel boy. Yes, yes. And she like grabs his arm and, come, Bernard.
Yeah, I'm coming.
There's not nearly as nice of a Smithers, get down here, like screams from down.
Hi, lady.
Thinking in the interests of his master, it occurs to Knick-Knack to check inside of one of the nearby rooms with an ajar door. You find some of Damien's possessions as the group treasurer, being a Damus cleric. You find some of your stolen possessions, as well as Fred's college fund, all neatly organized and packed away.
That's the first thing that gets shoved into the tiny, kind of like nasty, falling apart backpack. And then everything else that he can shove into this backpack, like he's basically running down then there afterwards, kind of like with one of those giant hiking packs. It's like 2 feet taller than he is.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, Fred's definitely gonna make Ox help Knick-Knack with that, because Knick-Knack's done enough. He's done enough.
Oh yeah, and Ox is very much built, even as a zombie, for manual labor.
Look at that, Knick-Knack. We've got someone to take the load off for you.
All right.
we still have Nutty, don't you know? I mean, he can't quite shove all those, like, the nuts into his cheeks like he used to, but he can do a lot of other things now.
That's fine. It's fine. We'll keep it safe.
So, your possessions returned, your vengeance sought, and your future boyfriend pacified and collected. You all return to your various dungeons, and if you would, let's go through and just kind of get a glimpse into what the next little while looks like for all of our friends here. Let's start with Fred. What does Fred do now that the Quickfix Company is no longer a concern?
Well, now that the Quickfix Company is taken care of, Fred is spending the rest of his days in his vacation home, making sure that generations upon generations of his grandchildren, who for some reason always end up being granddaughters, are paid through their college. And of course, Ox here and there will also be doing manual labor and just keeping the place tidy.
As menial a task as you can come up with, which effectively gives Knick-Knack a promotion.
Exactly. Knick-Knack is now the...
Fast enough.
Knick-Knack is now second in command, and you know what? Fred's working on making a phylactery for Knick-Knack.
Ah.
Aww.
A Kobolich.
Kobold Dragalich.
Excellent. Let's go to Miranda. What does the next little while look like for her?
Yes, she finds another nice little cave that she can make her home in, having decided that the energy in the old home was just far too difficult. Like, it just... Zen was ruined entirely. And she begins making, yet another beautiful garden that quickly begins gathering statues of, like, various merchants that are traveling near the area that are just unfortunate. All of her, like, fancy treasures that she had before, or... Well, I guess she got some of them back, but she didn't get all of them. But, like, regardless, they're kind of more so put into, like, a back corner of the cave, not necessarily as worried about them as much now. But she does make sure, because Smithers did such a good job, that he gets his own pit, like, away from all of the other snake hatchlings. He gets his own space to stay. But yeah, she seems much calmer now because she has her Zen garden back. Like, you can find her most days, like, with, like, one of those, like, little tiny rake things, like, in a smaller, tiny Zen garden, just... So calming.
Specifically targeting wine merchants, I would assume, so we can stock the cellar.
Yes. There's also a different part of the cave that's just full of nothing but wine.
And Smithers is not allowed. Perfect. What about Cornelia? Now with your walking stick back.
Well, Cornelia is very happy to have her big, ugly, gnarled staff back. She makes sure, once they leave the tavern as it's burning down, that all the other townsfolk know that she is the hag of the swamp and that this is all because they're here and it's burning because of them and that they all need to leave. And she chases them all away. She gives Bernard a very long vacation and keeps Damien to dote upon as a grandson instead, while Bernard has some well-deserved rest. And she grows back up the trees around the swamp and makes them even more, like, intertwined and thick so people won't even bother her anymore.
Yeah, excellent. And, I mean, Damien does eat all the bugs you hand him.
Like any good
Never
grandson would.
And I'm almost afraid to ask this, but B, what's the short-term plan?
So B is going to go back and she's going to make an even bigger lair and she's going to carve it out to be a giant, beautiful stone husband, Roger. And she's going to continue following him on his villain gram. Only one day, she's going to see that he's dating somebody else.
Oh no.
And she finds out that the person who is running his villain program is none other than Daisy. Roger. A feud happens and she has to kick her out or have a fight and decide who is stronger and who is worthy of Roger's love.
Oh, not all is well in the love nest.
Drama.
Everybody else, I'm nice to my minion. Her out.
But beholders are pretty xenophobic. Not big fan of other beholders. Gazers are amusing, but it only goes so far. All right, guys. Well, with the balance of good and evil firmly tipped back on the side of the true residents of Blackreach, we're going to bring our little adventure to a close.
Woo! Yay!
Congrats! You win! The forces of evil triumph. As well they should.
Did the good murder.
Very well done. That was hilarious. You guys are awesome. Very much enjoyed myself. Thank you guys for making time to play with me. We have some more stuff planned for you guys in the very near future with some the same cast and some different characters. So be sure to subscribe to the channel and give us a follow so that you can know when that stuff is coming out and join in the fun with all of us. Real quick, just a quick reminder from everybody where they can find you and out there on the internet and what you are up to in the near future. And, if you entertained them as you have entertained me, how they can find some more of you. We'll start with Banjo.
Hey, yeah, you can find me here on Misty Mountain, or you can find me at twitch.tv/BanjoBravo or Instagram and Twitter at TheBanjoBravo.
Awesome. Tyler.
Yeah, I'm, like I said, Cheesecake Panda Cosplay. I have a Instagram, Twitter, Facebook that really I forget about most of the time, and a YouTube that I also forget about most of the time, but I put tutorials up there like every once in a blue moon. So yeah, in the future, just expect lots of con crunching and lots of chaos as I make Fern for KatsuCon.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Maddie.
You guys can find me. Instagram is at Maddy.Moiselle. And from there you can find my Twitter and TikTok and Facebook that I also forget about very often. And I'm going to be working on some Campaign 3 Critical Role cosplay soon. I'm in love with all 3 of the ladies that we have in the new party. So I'm hoping to eventually make all 3 of them. And having some fun with that.
Excellent. And Suki.
I'm Suki. You can find me on Twitch or Twitter at TsukinaAI. And I stream. It's very chaotic, so paired.
Awesome. And I'm Rob. I'm usually the person on the screen when Misty Mountain Streaming is streaming. I'm over at Misty Mountain Gaming on YouTube, and I have a podcast with my twin brother where 2 guys who really like Dungeons & Dragons talk about the things that they do and don't like about Dungeons & Dragons. New episodes are out every other Saturday. Would love it if you would go and give that a listen. But we will look forward to our next adventure here soon. And until next time, farewell, friends and adventurers.
Man, this big bone dice, it just loves the 4s. Yes, the third 4 rolled on this.
Just hang on to that one. When you got a dice like that, that makes a great present to your DM.
I love how Suki's icon is just like suspended in animation.
I know. I was trying so hard not to laugh when
Right?
was getting like described, and it was just the little like avatar down there.
Anybody need to get the wiggles out? You know, blah, 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 blah.